All right. Yes, that is correct. You have found your way to Z Show with, of course, me, your ever faithful host. Z, one letter, one syllable. That's all it takes, really. It's not complicated around here. I mean, I have a longer name, Zetetic, but that's a lot to handle for some people. So it's just Z. Easy enough. Either way, welcome. Welcome, old friends, and welcome, new friends. And what do they say? Well, a stranger is simply a friend you have not met yet. So we're all friends here. So come one, come all. Gather round for the show that never ends. The show that's, well, the show that's about me and everything that goes on inside my imagination. Greetings. So, what shall we talk about? Anybody have any ideas? Any guesses? I saw some person write in a comment that they haven't heard Z talk too much about this final experiment. My thought was, well, maybe you're new or maybe you're not paying attention because Z was kind of the guy talking about this final experiment pretty much before anybody. And Nachiketa, of course. He'll be joining us today. But we were the ones who kind of started this whole thing. I was kind of the guy that told Jeran, hey, you're kind of making a false dichotomy here, Jeran, and the optics of the sky really can't tell you much about the physical world that we live in. Yeah, that was me, everybody. Just in case you weren't paying attention. Yeah, I'll give myself the flowers. I'm not expecting many flowers from all y'all out there. I mean, my audience, I know you guys will give me the flowers. But all the rest of y'all, yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath. Yeah, it happened here. Get it? We told you how this was going down, and we were correct 100%. From the observation to the fallout, to the media coverage, and to, of course, our wonderful friend, Mr. Jeran Campanella, leaving the Flat Earth community. We called it all, and you all were here for it. Thank you. I see the flowers coming in. Thank you. I don't mind patting myself on the back here. It's okay. Yeah. We'll put the link in later. We'll do the show first. We have a show to do. I have things to do. Nachiketa is waiting patiently, likely in the lotus position. We all know Nachiketa. He's one of those meditation guys. Yoga, the whole nine. Word is on the street, he's a tantric master. That's right, ladies. Look out. So, yes, Nachiketa is waiting patiently. But we need to do our little thing here first. We need to get it out. But I'll bring you up. I want to talk to y'all tonight because I'm expecting a little pushback. Because I know a lot of you all, you're going to tell me this whole final experiment was fake from the top down because your favorite content creator can't let go of their circling sun and the model that they've adhered to for these last 10 years. So I'm waiting for y'all. I'm ready for it. Don't worry, we'll get into it. Am I saying 100% that it couldn't be? No. They might have faked it. I just don't think they did. I'm going to put my money on it. I think they went down there and saw the circling sun. I think Will Duffy knew exactly what that sun was going to do before he brought those idiots down there. And if you think otherwise, we'll talk about it. You can make hit pieces. They're already coming. We had a nice little hit piece from one Eddie Banjo. Eddie, are you listening over there? I don't know what time it is in Japan. Maybe you're just getting up or whatever it is. You might be sleeping. You'll hear this, Eddie. Eddie, what are you doing? You're losing your mind. You're going to do a hit piece on Nachiketa? Eddie, you're a pseudo-intellectual at best, but we're going to go into it. We're not going to spend it all here. We're going to get into Eddie and his circling sun that he loves so much. But y'all just want to call it fake because it's easy. But little do you know, you're playing exactly into Mr. Will Duffy's trap. If you think Will Duffy is not a master at this game, you are mistaken. He is the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing if I ever saw one. But we'll get into it. Again, we'll get into it. Yeah, Angela Baby Carson, she says, I'm still the only model that we have in the Flat Earth community. That's right, Angela. We've all seen those pictures of you in the bathtub. For anybody who doesn't know, Angela Baby, she has a bathtub outside. It's very surreal. I guess you can do that if you live in Canada. I don't know. We've seen those pictures, Angela. We know you're the quintessential Flat Earth model. So blessings. And you're right. You're the only model we need. Who needs models? Except for Angela Baby Carson and those tatas. That's the only model we need in Flat Earth. We don't need Jeran's model, the circling sun in between the tropics, or Banjo's biblical cosmology model. We need one model, and it's you, Angela. Who's with me? Yeah, that's right, folks. Haven't missed a beat around here. But yes, where was I? I was the person who told Mr. Campanella exactly what he would find down there. And sure enough, they found it. You know why? Because it was obvious. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you all. Flat Sword, are you listening? You're embarrassing yourself. Sov Dave, don't worry, Sov. We're going to get into you. Get your guns ready, metaphorically, of course, because you're a clown and you're going down. Vlad, I don't know. I know you're listening, Vlad. I got my eye on you, Vlad. I don't know where you're going to go. Much love. You're a good guy. Let's see where the chips fall. And so many others. Whoever this King Nico guy is, this is your move. It was fake. What are you going to do? Set us back another 10 years? Is Will Duffy going to have to drag all your asses down there next year? You're clowns. You're going for the low-hanging fruit and you're fools. I will go after every one of you one by one if I have to. Tediously, steadfastly, I will take each and every one of you down. That is right. There is a new king in town, and he's right here. And I deserve every bit of it. Because none of you who are chirping your little bird brains off about how fake this is, none of you said a word before any of this happened. I was here with Nachiketa for 5 months, taking the slings and arrows from you clowns, some of which sat next to Jeran the whole time, smoking bongs and laughing at us. Now who's laughing? You all look stupid. And if you think I'm going to let you slide, you're wrong, because I'm not going to let you run the narrative for the next 10 years and make us all look like fools again. Hey guys, here's a little secret. There seems to be a celestial antipode. So what? What does that matter? What is wrong with you people? Nachiketa and I have already pointed out that 120 years ago, the Zetetics of the time knew all about that circling sun down there. 120 years ago. It's in the foundational literature of our community. Look it up. Zetetic Astronomy, Lady Blount, Albert Smith. It's right in the preface. They address it. The argument has not changed. Regardless of the optics of the sky, standing bodies of water lie level always. Plain and simple. You guys are clowns, and you're all going to go down. So I see a lot of people rolling in here in the chat. I see some dignitaries here. Again, the link will be dropped in due time. In due time, I'll give you all your say. You can come up here and talk. Whether or not to keep you up here, that's a different story. That's up to me. But again, we're going to have Nachiketa up here. He is the special guest for tonight, and he deserves it. Nachiketa, my hat is tipped to you, good sir. You were right along with me this whole time from the beginning. You had my back, and I had yours, and we are the victors. No way around it. Sorry, Nathan Oakley. Sorry, Leo, and down the line. Blessings to all you, but this isn't your victory. This is my victory. This is Nachiketa's victory, and this is Bro Sanchez's victory. I'm throwing Bro Sanchez in there because he was right out front with this whole thing. We told Jeran to his face about this whole thing. The rest of y'all sat back with your hands under your butts, talking about nonsense per usual. Yeah, like Nachiketa says, we took the risks and we won. That's exactly it. Y'all had no skin in the game. As for Wited and Jeran, we're going to get into you tonight big time. It's almost too much. I'm actually hoping to have some special correspondence here tonight. Because as you know on Z Show, I have a number of contributors because that's what it's not just about me. I mean, it's mainly about me. But it's not all about me. I can't do it all. I have contributors. And as you guys may or may not know, one of my contributors is a good friend of mine, actually. And he's a bit of an eccentric guy, but I actually consider him a very close friend. And maybe we can hear from him. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him on the phone. I'm not sure if I can, but he's a busy guy. Let me see if I can find him. Special contributor, are you there? Sorry, guys. Sometimes he's a little slow on the technology. So anyway, this special friend, I don't know if you guys know, there was another member who went down to Antarctica. It just wasn't simply Jeran and Austin and whoever that producer is for the Candace Owens show and that Lisbeth. What's up with that Lisbeth anyway? What's up with that chick? But there was another member who went down there. And yeah, I think I got him. Let's bring him up. Yeah, here he is. Jeran's penis, are you there? Jeran's penis, we're waiting for you. Hey Z, it's me. It's Jeran's abnormally large penis. Hi, Jeran's penis. Welcome back to Z Show. How's it going? You've had a pretty interesting couple weeks, man. Jeran's penis. I heard you went down to Antarctica with Jeran. What was that like? It must have been an exciting trip, a trip of a lifetime. Yeah, Z, that's right. I went down to Antarctica with Jeran, but it wasn't as exciting as you would think. Oh, really, Jeran's penis? Tell me why. Like, I'd imagine, like, come on, you went to Antarctica. You had that Lisbeth with you? She seems to be a quite fetching young lassie. How was it? Yeah, I know, Lisbeth's good and all, but I spent the whole time trying to not fuck her. What do you mean? Well, it wasn't me so much, it was Jeran, and I am his penis, so I'm kind of involved in the whole thing, and I kept telling Jeran, like, we're married and stuff, and it's probably not a good idea to, like, to fuck this chick, because it's probably going to get around. And he just wouldn't give up, but I protected her, and everything was fine. Oh, really, Jeran's penis? So you protected Jeran? You protected Elizabeth from Jeran? That's great. Like, good job. Well, besides all that stuff, what did you think about that circling sun and everything? See, I knew the sun would circle. I told Jeran before we went. We were having a conversation as we were getting ready, and I said, Jeran, look, the sun's just going to circle down there. You have to prepare yourself for this. He didn't believe me, Z. Yeah, I know. I had the same conversation with him, dude. I talked about it with him like 3 months ago, and the guy followed me. He called me an idiot. He called Nachiketa a retard. He said that any flat earther that believed in flat Earth after the circling sun would have to be an idiot. Yeah, I know, Z. Believe me, Jeran's not the sharpest tool in the cabinet, okay? I know this about him. I am his dick. Yeah, I know Jeran's penis. I get it. He's not the most, like, I don't know, smart guy there is. Anyway, were you able to keep warm? I remember you told me before you went down that, Jeran was like fashioning a very large, like, winter coat for you because you're so enormous apparently and you can't stop talking about how big you are. How'd that go? Like, you didn't get frostbite or anything. That'd be terrible. No, Z, I was fine. It was great. Like I said, I just hung out. It was no big deal for me. I did a little snowmobiling, some cross-country skiing. I just enjoyed myself. Not like Jeran. He basically smoked blunts the whole time and slept. Yeah, I know. I heard that too. I heard he fell asleep on his shift and had a Globy watch. Yeah, that's right, Z. He's such a lazy son of a bitch. I know, Jeran's penis. I know. Listen, maybe we'll talk to you later in the show. For now, I'm going to have to move on. But I appreciate you calling in. I'm glad you survived your ordeal down there. I'm glad you tried to talk some sense into Jeran, and I'm not the only one. And hopefully we'll talk more in the future. All right, Z. Take care.
I woke up this morning with a bad hangover, and my penis was missing again. This happens all the time. It's detachable. This comes in handy a lot of the time.
That's right. Jeran's penis is detachable, everybody. Anybody who doesn't get the joke, Jeran's infatuated with his dick.
Get drunk, and the next morning I can't, for the life of me, remember what I did with it. First I looked around my apartment and I couldn't find it, so I called up the place where the party was. They hadn't seen it either. I asked them to check the medicine cabinet, because for some reason I leave it there sometimes. But...
All right. What do you say, guys? Should we get the show started? Should we cut out this nonsense and get Nachiketa up here? All right, Nach. Come on up. Let me do my intro and we'll start the show for everybody. We're going to get into it. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this. And we're going to really get into it. It's going to take some time, everybody, to, go through all these things. There's a lot of ins and outs, a lot of interested parties. It's not so simple. It's not just about Jeran and Austin. It's about so many more. We're not going to forget the sycophants. We're not going to forget the FE mafia, the Flat Earth gatekeepers. I'll call you out by name. Mark Sargent, you're a shill. You're a piece of crap. Patricia, I know you're listening, Patricia. What are you doing, Patricia? You're just going to keep hanging around with these losers? Go ahead, go for it. You guys are all in bed together. You're all going down together. Weiss, you'll never recover from this, Weiss. Go ahead. I hope you've made enough money on your debunked app. I hope you made enough because you're going nowhere with it, Weiss. Maybe you'll come talk to me, David. Maybe you'll come talk. You didn't talk to me before this. You've all turned down interviews with Nachiketa, which basically is like turning down an interview with me. Let's face it. Are you going to face it now? Every one of you. Down the line. Karen B., you're almost not even worth talking about, sweetheart. You're a joke and a clown. You've always been. All right, I got Notch in the back, so let me do my intro. We have to do the intro. It's just part of the whole thing. We have to. Thanks for holding, Nachiketa. And thanks, everybody, for being here. Again, we're knocking off the rust around here. I will be back. Let's call it full time. That doesn't mean every night, everybody. But we're going to be back more and more. And listen, if you like Z Show, you can toss a couple shekels. My Cash App's right there. I never ask for it. It's there. Everybody else does. I'm going to start doing it. It's scrolled right across the screen. If you like the show, throw me something. Show me you like it. All right, let's get this party started. We got Notch in the back. I don't want him to wait anymore. He can only hold the lotus position for so long, obviously. Where's my music? Maybe don't jump the gun on me. Yeah, here it is. Let's warm up the vocal cords, of course. I have to make sure everything's functioning. I need my voice to be euphonious with the proper tenor and tone. Where's my camera? There it is. There I am. And there you are. As my longtime listeners know, when I turn my camera on, I can see you. Yes, that's right. You, all of you. I could see Angela Baby Carson in that bathtub of hers. I could see good old Heidi doing whatever the hell she does. I could even see you, RT, even though I banned you. I know you're listening to me. That's right, RT. You can still call in. Just for reference, anybody who's been banned from my chat, there's ways back in. You can plead your case to the court. I will be listening as we go on, but that's the only way to get back in. Occasionally, I may throw it to a vote, you know, like Pontius Pilate. I'll just wash my hands of it. Who knows? I don't need that karma. But RT, you're banned. I know you're listening. Anyway, let's get the show started. Official opening right now. Yeah, come on. Can you feel it? The trumpets mean it's important, everybody. Greetings and salutations, everybody. You found your way to Z Show. That's right. It is the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level, horizontal realm that we all call Earth. That's right, folks. We're in for a big show tonight. As mentioned, we have special guest, one Mr. Nachiketa Fire of the Nachiketa Fire YouTube channel. And he has his finger on the pulse of all things the final experiment. That's right. He's been there from the beginning, and he's going to be here with me to break it down and give you all things that are truthy. So as always, strap on in. You're about to experience a little thing called the show. Coming at you. All right, who's here? Let's see who's here. Rune Thorsten in the house. Capricorn coming at you. Much love. Rom, welcome. New person. Squirrel Sniper, good to see you. Mr. Lord Racer, welcome. Somewhere in time, as always. Angela Baby Carson, greetings. Capricorn, did I say hi to you? I don't know. Perma Freeman Show, welcome. Mr. Yeti Life, as always, good sir. Andrew, our resident upward vector person, welcome. Vicnoid coming at you. AGM, open their eyes in the house. Mr. John Wayne, not the real one, or maybe he is. Who knows? Welcome. Emilios, man, as always, good to see you again. JC23, keeping it down. Hercules, 222. Chris, and so many more. I can keep going and going, but I won't. Because like I said, I have Nachiketa here. We have important things to discuss. That's right. So without any further ado, let's give him a warm Z-Show welcome. Mr. Nachiketa. Nach, welcome back. You're muted, homie.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
There you are. There you are. How's it going, man?
Good. Good. Good to see you back.
It's good to be seen, and it's good to be back, dude. So here's the thing, man. There's so many places we can go with this whole thing. My mind tonight is on Jeran and Wited and one other person, Mr. Banjo, who pulled the Flat Earth hit piece on you recently. We're going to talk about that also. But about Wited and Jeran, to me, they're the primary targets. Then the sycophants. Then all the people who are basically just going to call this fake forever and ever and ever. They're not going to be missed by me. And then, whoever else, comes along after that. But that's where my eyes are right now. How about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jeran is more or less cooked. But I guess he's going to go in his own direction. It'll be interesting to see like which direction he's going to go because he's no longer flat. He doesn't want to be a part of the flat Earth cult anymore, but he's not a globie either. So I'm curious to know. I'm dying to know which direction he wants to go. And Witsit's not too far behind. And I had this short talk over at Vika's channel with Will Duffy, and Will Duffy had predicted that one or both of them is going to leave a flat Earth. So his prediction has been correct thus far.
Notch, it turns out a lot of Will Duffy's predictions have proved correct.
Yeah.
Some of them, I don't know if they could be categorized as predictions, but, in retrospect, when we Monday morning quarterbacked the situation, Duffy knew the whole time the outcome of this. Of course he did. It's quite obvious. Here's my question, though, Notch. Why was it missed by so many people in our community? What was it? Was it people wanting to avoid the subject? Was it copium? Was it something else? Because to me, the biggest egg on everybody's face is this idea that, this 24-hour sun seems to have been so obvious, but yet missed by our community. And I look at it in so many ways, and we discussed it, like I said earlier, the flat earthers over 120 years ago addressed this issue. It wasn't a problem for them. Why was it a problem here in 2025 for this new group of flat earthers? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, in my opinion is that I would kind of categorize some of the probably majority, not, like probably more than 50%, maybe 60, 70% of the flat earthers are biblical Christian flat earthers. And they have a kind of some idea about how the Earth is stationary and with a circling sun and all that. So there's that camp, and then probably for everybody else, because the prominent flat earthers have been pushing this model that Dave Weiss's app model. So like probably like what 95% plus were really on board with this AE map with a circling sun, and that's probably the main reasons as to why. That's my guess.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good guess. Here's what I said. I was on Bro Sanchez's last night, Notch. I knew you were there. And the way I categorized it was that once they were able to attach this movement to a model, they were able to brand Flat Earth. Flat Earth Inc., Flat Earth Incorporated, so to speak. Once you have a model, you can promote the model. You have stories about the model. You can have applications, around the model. So it's the proverbial dog in the race. Once one becomes interested, whether it's financially, emotionally, intellectually, socially, or otherwise in this model, then the ability to logically discuss it becomes basically degraded or interfered with because these other interests come to the forefront. This, I think, is the issue here. Now, we can conjecture and question the motives behind the establishment of this model, okay? Were they, benign, or is it something more nefarious and malignant? Was this model perpetrated and propped up to, in some ways, lend some sort of controlled opposition within the community? Meaning to say, basically establish this model, promote certain people as these prominent FE personalities, and then discredit the model, thus basically discrediting the entire movement and presenting things like the false binary that we just witnessed with the final experiment. Okay, so then it's either this flat earth model or the globe, Pepsi or Coke, right? And this is what I think was their main tactic, is you straw man every flat earther into this particular model that was promoted and adhered to by these FE gatekeepers, and then you destroy the model. This is simply this is all that happened with the final experiment. The Earth is what it is. Standing bodies of water are level. The globe is simply impossible. Until somebody could explain to me how the Nile River can flow uphill hundreds of miles over the course of 2,000 miles, I can't ever adhere to a globe. And so many other things. That's just one. So this idea that this final experiment was some type of definitive observation, something that would be, as Jeran categorized it, as mutually exclusive, is completely fallacious and falls apart from the get. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's at this point very plausible that that's been promoted over the years, and the time is ripe now. And it does take a number of years to program people, right? It takes a number of years to get people really bought into a model, and if you have prominent, intelligent individuals, and especially if they're kind of against each other, what it seems to be like they're not on the same camp with each other, but yet they all seem to agree on the AE map with the circling sun, and that becomes like the main like cosmology of the flat Earth movement. Then yeah, then it takes a number of years and get people on board, and now you pull the rug right underneath them. So that's kind of the way I look at it.
Notch, where do you stand currently with? Let me back up. The way I'm looking at this community right now, I'm seeing a split down the middle. There's going to be the group that's saying that this final experiment was a complete hoax, charade, and faked. CGI generated in a studio, et cetera, completely hoax tarting the whole thing. Then there's going to be the others that are going to say, look, seems to be a celestial antipode for whatever reason. The heavens seem to be beyond human ability to conjecture. And yet, standing bodies of water lie level. So I think we're going to see this bifurcation in the community. Now, my position is the ones who are auto hoaxing this thing, I'm not saying there's no possibility that it was faked. I'm going to keep that on the table. I just don't have my money on that. And I just don't think that's what it is. I wasn't down there, Notch. So I'm not going to make an idiot definitive statement otherwise. But my money's on, look, they simply went down there. They observed this natural phenomena, and then that's it. Okay. But then there's this other group. And as you mentioned, it seems to be around the adherence to the biblical cosmology, this circling sun, as Eddie Banjo, who we're going to review later, talks about the quote in the Bible where it says the sun does a circuit. A circuit basically means a circle, more or less. And they're sticking to that no matter what, because they have to. Because if there's a circling sun over an AE map, then it has to be fake. The TFE would have to have been fake. So to me, this is putting the cart before the horse, though. This is one putting their beliefs in front of demonstrable reality and objective evidence. Go ahead, your thoughts.
Well, I mean, again, like me not being a Christian, and again, just to clarify, I don't, label myself any religion. So, I hope people are not going to go off on that. And then I don't also like New Agers either. So just to make that clear. But the Christians, some of the Christians, let's just say that who believe that Bible cannot be wrong, and maybe I can't say one way or another about whether the Bible is 100% correct or incorrect, but if that is the direction in which that a person is going to go, and they hear, they read the words like the circling sun and, uh, um, what is that? The foundations, the earth is immovable, things like that. So that's going to be their like baseline. That's going to be their baseline, and that's going to be their projection of that reality. That must be correct. So the reality must be so, because if the reality does not match that which is written in the Bible, then the Bible is wrong, and that would be wrong. That would be off, right? Because how can the Bible be wrong? Another way to look at it is that perhaps the people's interpretation of the Bible was incorrect, and maybe we should take all the observations we possibly can about the reality in which that we live in, and try to apply that to the Bible and see what lines up and what doesn't line up, and maybe that will be the better direction to go.
Fair points. All right, so let's get into this Jeran thing. So, as mentioned, Jeran has officially left the flat Earth community. Okay, and that's putting it lightly. In reality, Jeran's a glober, like I said he would be. Okay, but he left the flat Earth community, and he wrote a letter, like a goodbye letter, and it wasn't a nice letter, Notch. It wasn't like a sweet, warm goodbye. It wasn't a gentle kiss goodnight. It was a door slam to the community, a spit in all of our faces, and I think a message to where Jeran will be going with his rhetoric moving forward. In this letter, he described the flat Earth community as a, quote, dangerous cult. So let's get into it. We're going to read the letter. We're going to break it down. All right. It's quite ponderous. It's quite meandering and nonsensical, like all of Jeran's things. Like those insane 5-hour nonsensical streams that he typically does, or these, paragraphs that go on and on whenever he texts or emails anybody. Guys, I've gotten these things from Jeran, like in real life, and it's just nuts. He just goes on and on. He repeats himself. It's disgusting. This letter is no different, but let's get into it anyway, because we have to, man. Here's the other thing, Notch. This saved me from going through all Jeran's material and basically proving to everybody that he's a glober. He just came out and told us, even though he doesn't want us to call him a glober, because he doesn't have the balls to just say what he is. He's got to play this, ride the fence game. Guess what, Jeran? If you're not a flat earther and you say that the globe has better evidence now, you're a glober, homie. Plain and simple. All right. Any thoughts before we get into this?
No, I mean, it's like what options? I just want to know what kind of options that I am dealing with. Like, give me a like a multiple choice question. Like, okay, I'm not a flat earther, I'm not a globie, so tell me what I got. Tell me what I can like tick off and say, okay, give me something to work with here. You know?
Nobody seems to know. No, I don't think he knows at this point. All right, let's begin. Again, this is Jeran's letter, his goodbye letter to the flat Earth community. If you haven't heard this one yet, buckle up. And if you had, don't worry, we're going to give our commentary. Well, as you may have noticed, things have been going just great. I think that was sarcasm, Notch. I'm not sure. Getting accused of everything you could imagine is fun. Being dropped in a heartbeat by people you thought were friends is fun. Finding out creators who you thought were good researchers are actually so bad they believe the impossible, that's all fun. Right away, it's the Jeran victim mentality. But here's the thing, Notch. What he's failing to address is how he made a positive claim before this trip. Anybody who wasn't around, or anybody who was, Jeran made a very specific, audacious claim before this trip was months before they embarked on this journey. He said that a circling sun in Antarctica would debunk the flat Earth, and he said a flat Earth would be impossible, and it would lend the better evidence to the globe. He said it multiple times. This at this point is, it's beyond argument. Okay, we have the proof. Everybody's been paying attention, notices, all right, whether they want to admit it or not. But here he is, okay? Not only that, he gaslighted all the other content creators like you, myself, and others. Slandered, we'll use those words. He slandered us to no end. He basically poisoned the well regarding any conversation that we were involved in, all right? But here he is playing the victim after basically he took a big fat L with this whole trip. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, like you can look at it in multiple different ways. If Jeran was honest about his positions, then he should come out and be honest about like that he was wrong and that he should actually be giving apologies to other people, right? Who he was calling retards and whatever, and he was like really just like going after his own audience and we know the whole story. But on the other hand, if his job was to be a jobber, let's just say, I mean, like, pun intended. I mean, like, if that was his duty, then, um, like some of us were able to see through that, and that's like really the bottom line. And so he really had to like play that role hard, where he had to really sell this. That AE Matt with the circling sun, and we heard the same rhetoric over and over for months about like, "Well, we know what the sun is. We know what the sun does. And if you don't know what the sun does, then you're a retard." Like what more needs to be said?
Exactly, Notch. And we know that evidence basically debunking their simplistic model has been presented to them for at least 7 years. Okay, evidence that showed that simplistic circling sun between the tropics was not reality. Okay, and he ignored it, and he misrepresented everybody and strawmanned everybody into a model that we know now is Well, basically anything but reality. Let's continue. People lie about you, post private info, post private chats. I've had prank calls. My wife got a message from someone saying the date and time Lisbeth and Jeran slept together. And this person only knew because Lisbeth was upset and I told her we were separated. Complete fabrication. Lucky my wife isn't a retard who believes every stupid thing she hears. First of all, who writes like this, Notch? He's completely immature in his approach here. This is what he's presenting. It lacks formality. It's meandering. It's again, it lacks all coherence. He writes like a child. He speaks like a child, and he thinks like a child. Are we dealing with a Jeran that's simply unintelligent, or are we dealing with a Jeran who's, basically some type of deceptive agent? Where do you lean on that?
Probably both, actually. A childish, deceptive agent is not, either or. It can be both. Let me just address something really, real quick. Craig Nice, I don't mind being wrong. Like, again, like, I lean towards the fact that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a thing, but I'm open to the possibility that it could have been like a Truman size, Amazon Studio 15, 61, 66. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, it has to be big enough that planes can fly into, and everybody there is also fooled about the 24-hour sun. That's fine. Just bring the evidence, and I am more than happy to correct the record and change my position.
Now let's continue. People in this Telegram group think that it's fake. Stupid ass retard Solve says, "Oh, Jeran, you would be doing the same." Let's talk about Sovereign Soul and Change, Sovereign Dave. He may be the biggest, I don't know, clown in this whole thing. Sav, if you're listening, you hear this, you're basically discredited forever and ever, dude. You sat there for months and months and months as Jeran was prepping for this thing, nodding your head along and agreeing to every idiotic thing he said, riding his coattails and sponging off that moron. And now you have the balls to sit there and call him out day after day. Sir, you are shameless. You are the worst of us. And I'm waiting for you to come after me. I'm waiting for it. You already have. You tried to bring me down before. It didn't work. You tried to smear me and besmirch my name. It didn't work. You're a clown, sir. Bring it. Your thoughts, Notch?
Yeah, I mean, look, ideally, I would love to see if everybody got along, but that's not the world that we live in, and people have shown their true colors. And, I was called out by Sav as well. I don't have any, like, I don't care, like, he can call me whatever he wants, but like, to me, his behavior is quite clear in terms of, like, riding on people's coattails and then, turning on them. And, these are actually the most reprehensible type of individuals to me. Like, he is smart enough to see our position way before the TFE and should have given some thought. It's like anybody who was trying to be objective and at least consider what our position was prior to TFE, he could have been one of those people, but he chose not to. He waited all the way till TFE was done and over with, and then he decided to go against it after the fact. And like not even putting any kind of effort out there. It's like, well, maybe Notch and Z could be right prior to the TFE, and at least having some room for that. But after done and over with, it's easier. It's like, it's the Monday night quarterbacking. Is that the right expression? I think that's kind of like that. Like, shit happens, and then 2020, whatever. Like, whatever the correct expression is, it's just like little too late type of deal.
Yeah, let's continue. These people are stupid, rude, cocky, over nothing. I've been told that if I go back to the globe, it means I've been a shill for 10 years and I will be handled properly. People are making me bets, then disappearing, claiming things are fake on Facebook, and I show up and challenge them and they delete the post. Jeran, you could have tightened this whole thing up, man. If you're going to write a letter, never mind. People are lying about the trip to their audience, and we will never get our name back. It's gone. The things I've seen in chats are awful. Do these people think they are funny? Let's make this clear. If he is a joke, it is filled with lazy, terrible researchers. These people are terrible humans. They have no love for friends and will do anything for a click. A lot of claims there, Notch. or they just disagreed with you, Jeran. They disagreed with what you thought the outcome would be. They disagree with you on your interpretation of the observation. Is that possible, Jeran? Is it also possible that you, firstly, attacked these people just like you did with Nachiketa and myself when we both approached you very, very cordially regarding this topic? You were the one who brought it here, Jeran. Anybody paying attention knows it. So as you sit here and play the victim in front of all of us, we're not going to let you slide straight up. Let's continue. Then we have those in chat proving the flat earthers who watch are so easily deceived, even when the evidence is non-existent. I've seen people in chats who I know the answer and they don't speak up, letting this shitty info go out to everyone. The worst part is these people are cocky and do nothing but post memes and repeat bullshit. We are not in a place to be cocky, and yet no one cares. We have no map, make no claims, no models, no knowledge of the sun or how it works. First of all, Jeran, who's this we stuff? Jeran, there was no we before your little letter. There's certainly no we after this letter, sir. So who is this we stuff? And then again, notch the claim. We have no map, we make no claims, no models, no knowledge of the sun or how it works. How's this, Jeran? Neither do the Globers. Just because they present a bunch of lies and a bunch of fake pictures from NASA doesn't mean they have, as you say, a map or a claim or a model or knowledge of the sun and how it works. So, Jeran, you're just going to appeal to consensus and authority because you think in your pea-brain mind that this circling sun somehow proves a globe when the globe is literally impossible. That's your problem, not ours. That's actually the smart thing to do, is to make no claims on a model or a map or knowledge on how the sun works, because none of those things are provable. They cannot be substantiated. So why should a claim be made about those things? You're the type of person who makes unfounded claims. You've shown yourself to be that person for years and years, and now you've shown it to the world. Not your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much more to be said. I mean, like, it's like, what, like being a flat earther and knowing what we know together to this point, and then like Jeran doing 10 years of work of like, breaking down NASA and astronauts and, all the other preponderance of evidence. Like now, like for whatever reason, Globe has like more evidence. Is that what he's claiming? Is he claiming that the Globe has more evidence for their model than flat earthers do? I don't know. That's weird to me.
All right, let's continue. You make fun of the globe for needing 0.5 degrees on each side to explain the Selenalian eclipse, but you readily accept Joe Hanvey and Shane's model, which needs 180 degrees of refraction. You laugh and laugh at the globe, but refuse to see we have work to do. Again, who's we, Jeran? And here he goes again with models. Okay, so Shane has a model and Joe Hanvey have a model. So he has to straw man the argument and then attack that. Jeran, this idea that you're placing everybody in the same bin, that we all just accepted your model, is either insanely arrogant and egotistical or astronomically dumb, all right? Or you're just a deceiver shill. It could be any one of those or a combination. Both or all of those can exist at the same time. But again, you need to keep strawmanning us into a model when right before you said we don't claim models. So there's a discrepancy there. But this idea that, again, he's going to give 0.5% to the globe because it's just a little, refraction, but can't allow for his strawman 180 degrees of refraction, but still admitting that refraction has to be counted in there. So here's, typical double speak from Jeran. And again, more nonsensical ramblings from this buffoon. Your thoughts?
No comment. I have no thoughts about it.
What my hope was, once I saw it was over, it was a fact that the sun circles the observer. I thought Effie would realize we were wrong and step back, get some Zoom meetings together and start figuring it out. Instead, they just yelled fake. Again, yeah, maybe half the community did or more than half. What about us, Jeran? Notice he's not addressing like the ones who aren't calling it fake, the ones who called it right from the beginning. Again, he's going to categorize everybody into the bin that fits his argument and ignore everything else. You're a total shill, Jeran. Threw each other under the bus, accused me of the worst crime against humanity ever, and refused to admit they are wrong and apologize. Well, you're about to hear it here first. I am no longer a flat earther. Nach, how do you think all the people who will respond who trolled you and I for the last 5 months, as we said that Jeran will no longer be a part of the flat earth community after this? You and I took a lot for that from a number of people. Do you think any of those people will come correct and basically recant, admit they were wrong, or in some way show some even small degree of humility?
Yeah, some will. I mean, it's just kind of natural for some people to, come around and they have their own ways to go about it. I don't need like a formal apology and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry" or something like that. Just be cool. Just come around and be cool, and just give props where prop is due, and we just move along. But like, I don't need people to be like on their knees begging or whatever, like, but like vast majority of people probably are not going to do that, to even
Look,
acknowledge.
it's a simple thing, Nudge. Nobody's perfect in life. But when you're wrong and you make a mistake, especially when you basically wrong somebody else, it's a simple apology is all it takes. To admit that
Yep.
one's wrong is actually the strong thing to do. It's the intellectual thing to
Yep.
do. It's the honest thing to do. So these people who were just egoically sticking to their guns in the face of, their obvious defeat, basically are discredited forever to me. Just saying.
Yeah.
And again, we're
Yeah.
going to be dropping the link later. You'll have an opportunity to come up and talk. Where was I? I'm no longer a flat earther. Now, if you want proof that flat earth is a dangerous cult, I'm going to repeat again. Jeran, in words, just called flat earth a dangerous cult. Notch, we're going to see that term more and more moving into the future through Will Duffy and others. I guarantee that that's the money quote right there. Quote, the most prominent and popular flat earther leaves the community and calls it a dangerous cult. We're going to see that everywhere. Watch what happens because I said these words. Think about it. I'm saying this 1 7-word sentence. I am no longer a flat earther. And you're about to see people flip out. They will call me names, et cetera, et cetera. They'll reveal more private info. They'll make lies, et cetera, et cetera. Here's where it gets interesting. Nobody said I was a glober, but watch the names start flying. Globetard, Globecuck, et cetera, et cetera. Jeran, what options are you leaving us when you said yourself the globe has the better evidence now, dude? Come on. Where are we supposed to go with this, man? And then he just rambles. I can't read this whole thing, man. He just rambles. He talks about bowling. Here we go. We need to go back to the drawing board, but people don't see it. They all want to tell me it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, it's not saying it doesn't matter, Jeran. We're saying the optics of the sky don't overrule physical reality, man. Here's the thing, Notch. Let's break it down to some people who are new or whatever. The world we live in, the reality that we inhabit, evidences certain things, okay? Things that are demonstrated practically. Based on these things, we know that the globe cannot exist. Plain and simple. We know that oceans show no evidence of convexity whatsoever over great distances. Certainly not at numbers that would evidence their purported roughly 25,000 mile circumference globe. These are facts. Optics are illusory. The way we see the world is not the physical world itself. The physical world itself has shown itself to be a world of plumb and horizontal, okay? Level and plumb. A world that is perpendicular, a world that is Euclidean. This is the world that we inhabit. This is the world that is engineered, that is navigated, that is mapped. This is the world we live in. The optical world, or the way we visualize this world, has different geometry. You can categorize it as non-Euclidean. It works off simple principles because it is merely optical. The optical world is not the physical world. This is the foundation of the flat earth understanding. This is reality, plain and simple. Okay. So when Jeran says we have to go back to the drawing board or he makes these comments, he's overlooking these things. Okay. And when he says that the globe model has more proof based off his understanding of this mutually, quote unquote, mutually exclusive observation, he's simply wrong. Plain and simple. Anything to add to that before I move on?
No, I mean, like what we are starting to understand is that like optical reality, celestial reality is something that is like very difficult to comprehend. So like what the globe earthers are saying is like we have a model and everything is working just perfectly and we can predict things, and since you as flat earthers now no longer have the model because the AE map with the circling sun is debunked, and Will Duffy said that the on any flat map, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica cannot possibly work, which means that we have nothing to work with, according to. So that's the position that they have put us in. We know the Earth is flat, we know it is level, and then that is the first and fundamental thing. Now, how the celestial is working is going to be difficult to figure out. And just because we can't come up with a model, and just because we don't have the explanations yet on how the celestial is working, that doesn't mean that we have to defer to the globe at all. But that's the strategy.
Yeah. Well said. Uh, Continuing on. Who have we become? It's so gross. I've never seen anything like it, and I refuse to be included in any group that includes the likes of Nathan the Scammer Oakley, or Quantum Epic, or Eric Dubay, or Dustin Nemos, or Salv, or Flatzoid, or Ronnie, or Jason, or Leo, or Nachiketa. I think he means you, Notch. I'm not sure. He spelled your name wrong. Who knows? Or Z, or the so many others. Notice he left the best for last, the two of us. I'm just saying. These people have attacked me and my friends and done damage to me that I could never repair. Again, the victim. Jeran, you failed to mention in your rambling, incoherent letter that you attacked Notch and I first. That's what you forgot. You forgot to mention that you called Notch a retard and me an idiot multiple times. See, that's the part you forgot, Jeran. Maybe you can write a new letter where you place that in there. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath. All you have proved, I'm better than each and every one of you, Jeran, not by a long shot. You're one of the scummiest son of a bitches I've ever encountered, and that's saying a lot. I'm from New Jersey, dude. You have to understand that. I would never do that to a friend or someone on my team because I'm not a piece of shit nobody who just plays lawn chair quarterback on Monday. So get ready for some fireworks. The new show, Jeranism Friday Unplugged, starts Friday, blah, blah, blah. The map is toast. Hanvey uses 180 refraction, which means it's a joke, not real life. Alfonso is so full of shit I can smell him from here. He said all flat Earth models predicted Southern 360 sun. No, sorry. And grabbing globe math and putting on FE map is wrong. And then he goes on and talks about models and how you basically can't, there's no FE models, so that means there's no FE. Tells people to stay calm, not to flip out, blah, 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 that he's not a glober, and he wants to start a new radio show. And if you really care about FE, get to work, start figuring it out. See, this again is his arrogance, Nachiketa. Start figuring it out. I'm really starting to believe that he bought into his own bullshit, man. When those globe busters were coming up with their theories about bullshit electrostatics and their, a debunked model, they actually thought they were doing something. They actually thought that they were the special boys and everybody else was nonsense. Turns out their ego was so invested that Jeran would rather go down with the ship than actually admit that he was wrong, humble himself up, and move forward. That's the way I'm looking at this.
Yeah, I mean, they all need to take accountability. I mean, like, okay, like, Jeran over on my channel had a conversation with Dell, and ran off with his tail between his legs to go and ask Globebusters and Witsit, and then after they had a conversation, they're like hand waving, dismiss the upward vector thing. Why? Because I guess somebody decided that their reality is going to be a thing, and they're just going to accept that without any consideration. So everybody, it's like, oh, we'll take care of the gravity thing. You take care of the model thing, and you'll take care of the debate thing, and we're going to all come together, and we're going to have a controlling share of the flat Earth community. That's what they thought, but it's going to fall, between the seams because it's not based on the truth. That's where they go wrong.
Exactly. It's completely asinine. So not just more to this letter, but I want to move on to the next thing I have up here.
All right.
Because again, it's just more of what he does, which is too much anyway. I'm not going to sit here and read Jeran's words over and over again. So let's move on to Wited, okay? Because we're obviously not going to let him off the hook, okay? So Wited has made a number of, let's say, statements since he's come back from this trip. Probably less than he should have, man. And he has some excuses that he gave. I want to play one in particular because I think it sums up a lot of his character and basically will give us an insight into his mentality and his mindset moving forward. Let's give a little preface maybe with our thoughts on Witzit. Now, I know for a fact that you and I were, let's say, very gentle towards Witzit in the beginning of this. We gave him a lot of slack. We gave him a lot of rope. Turns out, Notch, we gave him just enough rope to hang himself, and that's exactly what he did. He doubled and tripled down regarding his association with Jeran. They appear to continue to maintain their business relationship. Their words, not mine. All right. And to me, it's quite possible that for whatever reason, I don't know his motives, but Austin's association with Jeran, to me, has discredited him forever, in perpetuity. Austin, you can't recover from this. More poignantly, I will not let you recover from this ever. Now, here's the thing, Austin. You're arrogant. You think you're special. You supposedly have a 160 IQ, which I highly question. But let's get down the facts, sir. You rode the coattails of Globe Busters and Bob Nodell. That's how you got your come up. You rode Jeran's coattails. Let's be real. You were just arrogant enough to go on all those debates, all right? You rode the fast track to the top of this community, and now you are crashing harder than anybody will ever and can ever, good sir. You are nobody. You are completely discredited, not only with your theories, but your character. You have shown yourself to be a liar and a deceiver. You have shown yourself to be a man who lacks all degree of humility. Okay. And you will never recover from this. You're going to cry victim as you are, as I will evidence shortly. But this is all you're doing. You can't recover. You should probably wrap it up and go home, Austin, although I know you won't. So you'll continue to give us content as time moves forward. And Notch, before I kick it over to you, the audience should know a little bit about Witzit and what he's been saying behind the scenes about me, yours truly, Zetetic Warrior. He has been making baseless claims against me, unevidenced, slandering me as he claims that I'm slandering him, and is showing to himself to be a man of low moral standing. Okay? Your thoughts?
Yep, that's all very true, and we do have receipts for that. So if he is likely going to double down on these claims and say, "Oh no, like Z and Nachiketa have been slandering me," we're going to ask him exactly where and how. Okay, and we're going to ask him for the receipts on how we slander, and he's going to come up with some nonsense, as he did when he initially slandered Z. And we have the all of that documented. So uh, this is what I want to say to Witsit. Witsit, if you ever hear my words, please just admit and own up to the vape gate thing, because that's clear as day that you took a vape hit and you pass that off as your breath, and you keep on going and saying that you drank warm water. Maybe you did, but that's not the cause of the breath that we see on camera. And it's clear as day that you took a vape with you and you took hits. Nobody is saying that, you can't vape. Nobody is saying that. But when you are lying to people and people see clearly that you're lying to them on something so stupid as the vape gate thing, it makes you look really stupid and, non-credible. So own up to it. And, I do think that Witsit is an intelligent guy, and I do think that he means well, and I do hope that he will own up to, the vacate thing, and I hope that he can humble himself enough to actually be the man that he's meant to be. I'm still hoping that Witsit will be that individual, but knowing what's been going on for the past, I don't know, month or two, I'm not going to hold out and like hold my breath for it. Maybe it's going to take a couple years before he really decides to come around, but he's going to have to come around eventually because nobody can be that inauthentic forever. And it's going to wear down on one's character and one's being if you continue on that path. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, and then just to add a little bit more, I would say that like it's 100% proven at this point in my mind that Witsit is guilty in regards to the vape gate. I have no idea as to why he chose to do that, but that's definitely definitely a bad move.
Nach, maybe in retrospect, we're giving Witsit more credit than he deserved from the get-go.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. I'm not sure, but at this point, he's beyond recovery, man. And Witsit, you're a villain at this point, which is amazing, man. It's amazing. So we're not going to let you, pose around as like some leader in this community. So you can continue to set the narrative. So you can describe things as the upward vector as an insane straw man as you hand wave dismiss it and present your bullshit theories of an electrostatics. No more evidence than the bullshit model that you adhered to. The fact that you didn't know, Austin, what that sun was going to do when you got to Antarctica is befuddling and baffling to me, good sir, especially for a man with a supposed 160 IQ. When you said originally to Will Duffy, you would expect to not see the circling sun and that, et cetera, et cetera. We know you changed your tune over time, but we saw what your original statement was, and we're sticking to it. You're a clown. You should come clean like Nachiketa said. You obviously lied about VapeGate. No, that doesn't invalidate and make the whole thing fake, but you lied about VapeGate. Everybody knows it. You're in damage control behind the scenes. Everybody knows it. You're spinning, and you should be embarrassed. All right, so let's get into Austin's little I believe this was his first podcast interview after Antarctica. I don't know if he called in or whatever it was. I don't even know whose show this is. So claiming fair use, even though I don't know the original content creator. And let me pull it up so we can see his face. It's just audio, but
it's definitely a difficult scenario because you have to answer these questions now. And you're going to have to figure out a way to segue to messages that we're trying to understand. But you have to answer the questions first. And I don't really know what the answer is for the 24 hours. What is the explanation when they say, what do you think the results are? What do they confirm for you?
Here's the thing, Notch, before he answers. If Austin had addressed this prior to the trip, he would be prepared for this question. If he simply just listened to our content and didn't handwave dismisses outright, he would be prepared for this question. He did no streams regarding the potential observation and its impacts. He didn't discuss it with anybody, to my knowledge. He simply stuck to his guns. He ignored it, and he went down there, and he was ill-prepared. So now he has to be dumbfounded. He has to be dejected. He has to be down in the mouth and come with this low energy interview. And he's unable to really answer this question without any forethought because he was not prepared. But guess what? That's his own shortcoming because we were preparing him and others for months before this. Okay. They just wouldn't listen. They refused again because of ego and arrogance. Your thoughts?
Yeah, real quick, I would just say that people who are like, let's just say, like, if they are chess players, they consider all the possible moves an opponent could make, right? So same with going to Antarctica. What are the possibilities that you that you're going to confront? You're going to see either the 24-hour sun or not the 24-hour sun. It's like just two moves basically, and then if one does see the 24-hour sun, then you have to consider, like, what that means for oneself and what that means for the AE map, and what that means for one's idea of what the sun is, etc. So if people are surprised by that, then they certainly didn't put in any kind of time. And that doesn't mean like you have to come up with all the answers as to like what the celestial is doing, but at least have that ready. And it's like, well, I didn't expect it, but at least I have some idea that it is the case. Then it is like, well, that just means that I don't know, my understanding of reality was wrong, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Got to have something. you know
I think something like hand-me the idea is pretty interesting, to be honest. People need to realize that it's like the sunspot's also flipped. And we're gonna dissect the sunspots more. I'm really kind of waiting on the key. And so I'm like, people are asking why it's like with every passing moment, it gets more sketchy that we don't have all the data. It's like, kind of explaining here that it was like really pretty physically daunting in a way, and then like finally get back, and I immediately had to go to Tennessee. And so I was just like, yo, with all the people, instead of being like, yo, thank you so much for doing all that. It's like a large portion of the community is like trying to burn us at the stake.
Again, complete victim mentality, excuses, low vibe, like he's defeated in so many ways. Austin, you went down there representing the community and you're giving us excuses why we don't have the data. Is it possible, Notch, that the data doesn't match their expectations? So they're maybe not too excited to present it to us? I'm just wondering.
Maybe I think there's also a possibility of them actually being incompetent as well. I think that's also a possibility.
Right, because the trip was daunting. The trip sounded like a vacay, Notch. If it was daunting, it was on them. I don't know. I didn't go, but yeah, it was cold. Hey guys, you
They
weren't
were They
yeah,
were
go ahead.
drinking at Punta Arenas. I mean, this is over at McToon's, and he was talking about that. But I didn't watch the whole thing, but certainly they seem, at least Austin was really, kind of being prideful about like how he wrote the contract and how he, spun turned the tables on Will Duffy and everybody else, and then he was inebriated a little bit, and it's just really wild to think about. Like, is that really something that's going on his mind, or is that like kind of copium where actually they're the ones who are being played? They were played by the Globies. I mean, like Tunes is basically saying, "Hey, you guys were baggage. You guys came and looked at the sun. Yep, it's 24 hours. Get out of here. That was your job. That was it. That's what you're called for." And then Wited was McToon was saying what Wited got everything that he wanted. He got like plane tickets for his mom to come to babysit his kids, and got more money for this and that and other extra expenses. And Will Duffy paid it off, and bought him like stuff, like everything. Everything that he wanted, Will Duffy provided for. And why? For his reputation.
Wow.
And so if you put yourself in our shoes, right, all that did was really deter any type of like motivation of expediency, right? Because it's like, I don't know, we had to sit with some of the most toxic people on the earth, like McToon, sitting there gloating. So we were forced to be in close proximity with like Globers gloating
Notch. Globers gloating. Austin, again, your hubris is outstanding, good sir. I've never seen this. Between Jeran and Austin, I've never seen anything like this. To not anticipate that response is absolutely astounding to me. What did you think would happen, Austin? And the fact that you besmirched Nachiketa and myself the whole time prior to it, when we told you step by step what would happen, you sat there and you listened to your sycophantic followers who were gassing you up the whole time. You're smelling yourself too much. You bought your own bullshit and you took a huge L. All you had to do was humble yourself even a little bit and listen to the people who were trying to speak some sense into you. You got caught up in your little group think, the people who support you, the people who prop you up, the people who pay you money. You got wrapped up in your ego and you got destroyed. And you hear it in his voice, Notch. It's this almost sad. It's pathetic, certainly, and almost sad.
It's like for me, it's almost like Whitsid and Lisbeth were the only ones who didn't know that the 24-hour sun was going to actually happen. Like I think I have to think that Jeran probably knew, and then he probably kept that from Whitsid, and then all the Globies knew 100% because they were willing to bet their channel and change their stance and all that. And Will Duffy, of course, knew. He knew for years that there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I mean, like, so what? Like, if you're surprised by it, you're the only one who didn't know that there was, you know?
And doing streams, gloating and making comments and like making fun of other flat earthers and tracking them down and cashing bets and like showing us what they won on bets and just like all around gloating. On top of like us being pretty clearly shafted in many different ways, not given the Wi-Fi password for like the first 10 hours actually of the Wi-Fi being set up, which messed up my Insta360, which needed a firmware update once I got there. So everyone's setting up all their stuff, and I can't because I can't even firmware update my Insta360. And
let me talk to the flat Earth community right now. Let me talk. Let me get the camera up. I ask you, this is your leader? This guy? This is your quote unquote best player? This guy? Are you kidding me, right? This is the guy you're going to put your shekels behind? This is the guy you want to go talk to the mainstream media? The guy that you're hearing right now? Who basically perpetrated a complete debacle on all of you? This is the guy? A guy who has shown himself to be a liar and deceiver? A guy that I know now in my personal life lacks all degree of judgment and is capable of making audacious, unsupported, baseless claims against me? That's how I know it. This is the guy? Again, Notch, it boggles my mind. Sanity machine. King Steven says, Z, do you want to be the leader? No, I am the leader by default. I already worked it out. It's me and Notch. I'm the Scarface. Okay. The world is mine. And Notch is Manny, who's equally as good, but still not Scarface. We've already worked this out. The flat world is mine. We've already unseated Karen B as the head of the Flat Earth Mafia. I am the leader of the Flat Earth now. It just is the way it is. When you topple the leader, you become the leader. That's what everybody knows. Notch, straighten this guy out. King Steven, you know better. Please, somebody.
Yeah, don't ask me about King Steven, please. or half the people in your chat.
Maybe he'll come up and talk to us, Nachiketa. Jill the Pill knows. Z is the leader. Jill the Pill knows. Even Brenda knows. Says ego much. Brenda, admit that I'm the leader. Okay, just admit. You wouldn't admit that I'm objectively more attractive than Jeran, okay? But admit that I'm the leader of Flat Earth. Give me a break. Yeah, Jessica Jane knows. I'm going to drop the link later, King Steven. Come on, I said it a million times. All right, let's continue, Notch. We're getting off track. I'm digressing.
And the bag situation and the get there a day early to rest situation and all this. Whereas ALE was like clearly catering to Will because he paid for everything and he's obviously giving the Globers the inside scoop. And then they start gloating. So anyway, we're doing all of that on top of all of like kind of the physical aspects of it. And obviously just deep down, all of us would have preferred maybe see the sunset, right? And so all of it's kind of.
Here's the thing. Why would there be a preference regarding the sun? It just is what it is, Wited. You see, this lends insight into his mentality. He has a preference for what the sun would do. Why would one have a preference for a natural phenomenon, Notch? I don't understand that. I don't have a preference for how birds fly. I don't have a preference for, I don't know, the mating habits of a marmot. Nature is nature. We observe it. Plain and simple, Austin. Your preference is your problem, dummy. Go ahead, Notch, please.
No, I mean, reality is what it is, you know. Reality is what it is, and yeah, exactly.
We would prefer it.
It's kind of compounded to then turn around and like kind of expect like this to be a community thing where people are like, dude, thanks for. And bro, I'm not a victim. I'm not like crying or anything. I'm just explaining to you guys the perspective. Because then really got to Lise, for example, right? Like she was pissed off, bro, and felt so betrayed by so many people. Jeran too, where it's like you're like, okay, well, we're gonna have to go back to the community. We're gonna figure it out together. Like,
look, I don't want to just keep stopping it over and over again, but there's so much to unpack here, Notch. We're going to figure it out as a community, and you're let down by what? His response to this completely blows my mind. He's acting as if he was completely ill prepared for this outcome. Are we buying this, Notch? Are we giving Austin too much credit? Is he as complicit as Jeran is in regards to being compromised, being an obvious agent, and otherwise?
Well, my take on it is that he could have been used and backstabbed by Jeran. Let's just say, let's go with that scenario. But that doesn't, you know, absolve him of the responsibilities of going to Antarctica and being like one of the, you know, faces of TFE. Right? I mean, he has to take responsibility for that. But if he was backstabbed by Jeran, he needs to come out and come clean in regards to it, and then see who is at fault and how this all really unfolded. Now, like I don't talk about Elizabeth Month, but like I was wanting to talk to her about like everything that we've been talking about, but she did not want to talk to me at all. And I felt really sorry for her because I knew that she didn't really know what she was getting involved with, you know. And look, she's a pretty face and all this kind of stuff, but like I do kind of still, you know, consider her like an innocent bystander. But at the same time, she was excited to go to TFE, and then she's getting the aftermath of that, and she kind of deserves it. You know, I mean, like, I'm sorry, you know, like you decided to take part in something. Your ignorance does not absolve you of your responsibilities. You know.
it sucks, but you know, seemingly someone had to do it. We were able to go ahead and confront it, and it's like those people are 10 times more vicious in their attacks than like any of the Globers. It's pretty surreal, right? So, yeah. Anyway, so all that being said, then you get home, and it just so happens to be right at the holidays where everyone obviously has plans and have kind of orchestrated their plans accordingly based on when they'll be back. Like me, for example, was going to be way better for everyone in my family to kind of get together for the holidays like mid-December because my sister was graduating law school and all this. We were all going to go around the same time. And I threw a wrench in that whole thing in there. So everyone rearranged everything, did the best they could. And so we have specific days. So when I get back, I feel sick. I'm trying to chill with my family and rest, but I can't be around my girls too much because I feel sick. And, germ theory is not real, but that doesn't mean I can't detox around my like 5-month-old. And so I don't even take chances with stuff like that. Then immediately we have to pack all kinds of bags up again, like just take my clothes out, do some laundry, pack bags up again, and then immediately go with a 2-year-old and a 5-month-old like through a freaking airport. And obviously I'm not letting them fry my baby, so everything is extra. Long story short, it's like a whole thing. And I would have like really tried to persevere and prioritize contacting everyone else, man, like, yo, can I get your stuff right now? Can we get this stuff out right now? Like just seeing the reaction of so many people where I can't even open my X app without just every notification being slander.
Again, slander. This man takes zero responsibility for his own actions. He's being a little crybaby in front of the world. He's basically blaming everybody besides him and his Confederates over and over again. He's leaning on this data, okay, as if we already don't have data from it. That's the other thing, not just idea that these guys were down there as if they were on some type of, I don't know, Shackleton expedition in the 1800s, braving the elements, claiming how physically difficult it was. Austin, you were drinking and smoking cigs and vaping and eating in a warm tent. It wasn't even a tent. Let's call it some kind of cabin. It wasn't even camping. It was glamping. You were glamping, Austin. You had electricity. You probably were able to brush your teeth and use your hair dryer on that perfectly coiffed hair that you have. Okay? Nobody's feeling bad for you. You're a clown at this point. It's almost like you're tanking on purpose, Austin. This is really strange.
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing that really kind of was irking me a little bit was that, like, the people who were defending Wited and Jeran prior to going, when I wanted to just talk about the fallaciousness of the TFE and just signing up for, like, that basic point, and then everybody's like, well, the precious data, we got to get that precious data. Like, what information? So, like, people were just obfuscating away from the very basic, element of people signing up for a false dichotomy, the TFE. And then there's like, tossing, well, that data is more important than our reputation as flat earthers and, accepting this, like, false binary. I mean, it's just, to me, that is just dishonest. And people also who are the fanboys of Wited and Jeran have to take responsibility for that. You don't think that I'm going to forget who you guys are who did that, like.
And then quote unquote believers like bearing false witness and like claiming to do so in the name of the creator, I find detestable. So I just decided to largely disconnect from the whole thing and just chill with family. I didn't care at all. I left my SIM cards. I left my SD cards. I left my cameras. I just wanted to chill with family. I got back last night. I have a feeling that I'm not the only one that kind of feels like that. So that's the reason, so everyone knows why people haven't rushed to do it. We're like, dude, we went, we gave you eyewitness testimony, we pulled off freaking live streams from Antarctica. We went out of our way to make sure you did get at least a 24-hour sun video off the rip super quickly. We're like tailoring what we're doing and how we're live streaming based on the critique or the questions or the skepticism. I'm like jumping in Discord all the time, jumping in Clubhouse all the time, jumping on X all the time. We've been super transparent and we went over and beyond and pulled off things that would have been, just assumed to have been a pipe dream like just a year ago. So we're like, yo, whatever. You guys will get all the data. We'll sift through all of it. But we, a lot of it, it's better that it all kind of starts coming out together anyway. I almost want to just clip this so I don't have to keep explaining it. But
Yeah, if I
I don't know
may.
one necessarily asked for it, but now you guys kind of get the whole backstory. It's like, last thing I'll point out as well, some of this stuff is just extremely big file, which is very difficult to do when you're in Antarctica, right? Like the fact that we even pulled off some of these data points is pretty impressive. Like a 1 terabyte, 25-hour long 360 video.
That's your win. Your win is you got a 360 of the sun. When everybody who went down there with you also made the same video. That's your win, dude? Is you brought a camera down there and filmed the sun? Anybody could do that, Austin. You're supposed to be like the special boy. You're the chosen one. You're the sky grifter. You're the boy wonder. You videoed the sun. That's your win. And we're all supposed to be somehow grateful for this. Here's another thing, Notch, and he's done this consistently, even throughout the years, is he's made himself like this, I don't know, like some kind of messiah complex for flat earth, as if he's consistently just, I don't know, like being, I don't know, like tortured or something for flat earth, crucified, so to speak. He even mentions it at the end of this, that he could be doing so many things because he's obviously so intelligent, and don't we all just know? And he basically is, out of the goodness of his heart, representing flat earth for all us, idiot flurfs who apparently can't speak for ourselves or promote the concept on our own. He's basically lowering himself, cutting himself off from greater opportunities to speak on the flat earth. Austin, you've done this from the beginning. It's sickening at this point. And now you're doubling down on it as you're trying to play the victim in front of everybody. It doesn't work with me, dude. I have no sympathy for you at this point. Frankly, I wish you would go away at this point, Austin, if you really wanted the truth. I know you won't. You're just going to give me more content, or you'll come correct. For those of you who don't know behind the scenes, Nachiketa reached out to Austin for an interview. He basically slandered me, lied about me over and over and over again, okay? Made baseless claims and claimed that that's why he wouldn't go on Nach's show. Austin, that bullshit you said about me was completely made up, dude. If I wanted to talk to you, I would ask you to come on my show for an interview. I wouldn't do any of the things that you claimed about me. You're weak. You're scared to have a conversation with me because you know I will destroy you just like I did your boy Jeran, and the whole world will remember it in perpetuity. You're scared to get in the ring with me. You're a punk bitch. You're a pseudo-intellectual at best, and I'm here for you anytime, mother. And I'll leave the last part off because I'm trying to keep it clean today. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, only thing I will say is that I got honeypotted by somebody, and I still have the receipts with it of the conversation that you had with that honeypot. I'm thinking that honeypot is like somebody like Jeran or somebody, one of your fanboys, but maybe not. Maybe this person was genuinely on our side. It doesn't matter. We have the receipts on the things that you have said, and we may or may not release that at some point, just based on like this. Just shows like what kind of character that you are, and the messages that you sent me, you're not going to be able to get away from those either. So we're going to hold on to those gravies for another time. Okay, with it, come
Exactly.
clean.
Austin, there's like 5 people in the flat earth community that predicted the outcome before you went, who actually got it right, and you won't talk to them. So let's think about it, Austin. If you were really interested in truth, how would you actually behave compared to the way you are behaving?
That it can be used to corroborate the validity of all the other videos, right? Because you can literally like overlay them, or like just like fact check them by saying, oh, this camera's pointing at this angle and the sun's here and the shadow's here, and then the relative position of this camera at the same time is showing that camera move and track the sun there, and blah 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 blah. Oh, and I know that they went live at this time. Let's move to this point in the video, and I'll see Wited going live. I'll see McToon going live. I'll see them doing the drone thing on the 360. That's like a terabyte. And then after 8 hours, it only 15% exported. So it exported 15% after 8 hours consecutively. So it's like, yeah, I mean, when we were in Punta Arenas, we had like less than 1 megabit upload and like 4 download or something. So even when we got back from Antarctica and we're exhausted, and still had to do all these different like meetings.
This is pathetic,
had to,
like, this is
blah,
such a
blah, blah.
pathetic showing.
We really
It's
couldn't
almost
even
a shame to
try
see
to data
how
dump
far he's
everything
fallen,
there either.
man. It's
It's
almost a
weak.
shame.
So
It's weak.
it's easy to say.
F.
It's super sketchy. He's been home. They've been home for a week. We don't have all the data yet. When you actually properly address all the details and the variables of people, almost everyone having traveled to hang with family right when they got back, like it makes perfect sense that the data will come out over the next week or so.
All right, Notch, let's open the panel up, okay? There's a bunch of people that want to come up and lend their voice to today's conversation. We'll do the Eddie Banjo thing the next stream, or maybe,
All right.
later tonight or whatever the deal is. But I do want to cover it here on my show.
Yeah.
But let's save it.
Yeah.
We'll focus on that because it's a completely different convo. And I want to get to the open panel portion. So the link's in the chat. I see some people who haven't been up here in a while. Maybe they want to lend their voice. I don't know. I see others who probably also want to come up. I'm not sure. But either way, the link is now, let me get it in the chat. Feel free to come on up and lend your voice to Z Show. Notch, let's close out this segment. What do we want to say? And we'll do more on these clowns, obviously, moving forward. But for today, while you and I have the mic solely, what do we want to say about these guys? I don't know. One word comes to mind: pathetic. In all forms of the word, just completely pathetic.
Shills at best, or Shills at worst, and just incompetent at best, I guess. I don't know, man. I mean, like overconfident, prideful. They got their asses handed to them, and they think that they're playing like 5D chess or whatever, but like they got ensnared in a trap and they didn't know how to get out of it. And everybody on the other side knew exactly whom they were dealing with, and so I think these people were, I don't know, like they probably were already figured out more or less what their motivation factors are, to become famous and win out in some way or whatever, free ticket, and they locked them in, hook, line, and sinker, so. It's a loss for flat Earth, guys. It's a loss for flat Earth. And your so-called and look, hey guys, when I said to Will Duffy, hey, like I am actually grateful for what he is doing. That's what I said to Will Duffy because you are actually showing who the real flat earthers are by doing what he's doing, and he acknowledged that.
You said it, man. Okay, as I mentioned, hold on, my stuff's going to jump again. As I mentioned, we're going to open the panel up. All people are invited. Whether I keep you up or not, that's up to me. But you're invited, and we'll see. All opinions are welcome. Flat Earthers, Globies, or those in between. Whatever this new group Jeran has created. Apparently there's a new thing in between both of those that I guess nobody's ever heard of. You're all welcome up too. All of you. Like I said, links in the chat. Come on up. In the meantime, please enjoy the musical stylings of my good friend and my big brother in truth, Mr. Lucky Haskins. Lucky, take it away.
The scene was an old roadside cafe. The waitress sweeping the floor. The two truck drivers drinking their coffee. And two okie kids by the door. How much for them candies, they asked her. Well, how much have you got? She replied. Well, we've only 1 penny between us. Well, they're 2 for a penny, she lied. And the daylight grew heavy with thunder. with the smell of the rain on the wind. Isn't it just like a human? Here comes that rainbow again. And the truck drivers cried at the waitress after the boys went outside. Hey, them candies, they ain't two for no penny. Yeah, what's it to you? She replied. Well, in silence, they finished their coffee. And they stood up, they nodded goodbye. She said, hey, you guys left way too much money. Yeah, what's it to you? They replied. And the daylight grew heavy with thunder, with the smell of the rain on the wind. Isn't it just like a human? Here comes that rainbow again. Isn't it just like a human? Here comes that rainbow again. Here comes that rainbow.
That's right, everybody. That's Mr. Lucky Haskins. And you can find him at Lucky Haskins on YouTube. Give him a sub. The guy knows how to think. He has a mind. He doesn't fall for models and psyops and controlled opposition. He knows what's up. Give him a sub, Lucky Haskins. And he's a musical artist. An artist in every sense of the word. Salutes to you, Lucky. We speak your name here on Z Show. A true Rust Belt hero. And an American original. All right. I see you guys in the back. I'm going to drop the link again for people who don't want to come. Okay, if I don't bring you right up, don't just run away. It doesn't mean I don't like you. But I'm going to bring you guys up one at a time because I want to discourse. You sat here all show. It's almost 2 hours in. I don't need you running away. Everybody gets in their feelings all the time. You still there, Notch?
Yep, right here.
Okay. What do you think, Notch? What do you anticipate in terms of our coming guests? Do you think people are going to come correct? Do you think people are going to come up and say, hey, Z, Notch, I might have been a little hasty in my categorization of you guys, and I might have said some things about you that maybe were a bit untoward, but I'm here to admit I was wrong, and you guys were right the whole time, and we should have never listened to Jeran and all the rest of the idiots like Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer and all these other dum-dums. We should have listened to you. Do you think that's what we're going to hear, Notch? Or is it going to be like more of the same rhetoric, more of the same bullshit, more of the same nonsense?
Well, all I will say is that I would be surprised if I hear people coming correct, but pleasantly so.
All right. And as I said, I want to give everybody a chance to fill on in the back. We have a few guests already. I'm going to try to get to everybody, okay? You know, here's the thing, Notch. We live in like a me culture. We live in a culture of instant gratification. Everybody wants it. They want it their way, and they want it now. But that's not how we do it on Z Show. We're originals. We're OGs. That stands for original gangsters, anybody out there. That's just the way it is. So I'm not going to sit here and placate your basically childish desire for that instant gratification. I'm not doing it. I'm certainly not. And for anybody who thinks I'm just rambling to try to find my theme music, well, you might be correct, okay? I have a new theme song, Notch, for a very special guest here in Z Show. So I'm unveiling a new theme song. And Notch, as you know, whenever I have a theme song, is a special moment when I get to unveil a new theme song. So let me get it going and we'll bring up our first guest of the night. Come on, everybody. 2, 3, 4. Come on, Nach. I saw the sign. Is it the male sign, the female sign? Is it the inverted sign? You know, Nach, they say that original humanity was basically hermaphroditic. And that there really was no male and female. And that we were kind of all like, I don't know, non-binary. And maybe we had both genders. Maybe we had no genders. But either way, I'm not about signs here in Z Show. I'm not about labels. I don't just tag people for my own self-interest. We accept all people here on Z Show Nachiketa. And in the spirit of that, let's welcome a valued member of the Inverted Rainbow community. So let's welcome her back to Z Show. Brenda, welcome back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, ma'am. How are you?
Are you going to turn down the music? It's kind of annoying.
It's your
Howdy.
music, though, Brenda. This is your music.
I don't care. Yeah, whatever.
So I know you. I know you, Brenda. I know you'd be considered maybe an older adult. I don't want to call you an elder. That's probably rude. But an older adult,
I'm
with
66
yeah.
years old.
60. So I guess older adult would be correct. I mean, you're
Collecting
eligible.
collecting Social Security. Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
I am.
I'd imagine you're not familiar with the
Congratulations.
early. Yeah. Imagine you're not too familiar with the early '90s rock group Ace of Base. Would that be correct?
Of course I am. I've heard of them. Yeah,
You are.
of course. Why wouldn't I be? I graduated high school in 1975, dude.
Okay. That's before I was born. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Brenda, as some people may or may not know, you would be considered part of the LGBTQIA community. Would that be correct?
This isn't what I came here to discuss. I mean, maybe.
No, I know, but Brenda, we're getting to know each other. See, life is about
Yeah, I don't
relationships,
think
okay?
so.
There's topics and there's disagreements, but in the end, it's about relationships. Would you agree?
What do you want to talk about?
I'd like to know, just in an effort to get to know each other, and we could play like,
Are you
we
gay?
can each share something about ourselves that's maybe a little bit vulnerable
Quid
in an
pro
effort.
quo.
Yeah,
Quid pro quo.
like quid
Are
pro
you
quo,
gay?
exactly.
Are you gay? Are you gay?
Like in an effort. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to
Maybe-
that, Brenda.
maybe-
we'll get to that.
Maybe bi-curious?
We could talk about sexuality again, but in an effort to bridge the gaps between our ideologies and find some commonality and some basic humanity between us. I just want to get to know you. Is that okay?
Because it doesn't feel that way. It feels predatory what you're doing right now.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
How so?
Because your voice inflection, it feels like you're not sincere.
All right, well, how about this? Why don't you tell me a little bit about how you chose your icon, that doll figure that you have?
La Muerta.
This is the Lady of Death.
Yeah,
Hmm.
she's the queen of death. She is death
So
in
I guess in
Mexican
some-
iconography. Or I'm not sure. Is it Aztec or Mayan? I don't know the origins, but it's Mexican. It's from the Book of Life. The movie. I enjoyed that movie. Yeah, this
so
is
here's-
La Muerta. This is death. Death has come to visit you. See,
I guess let's get down to it, Brenda. So
the death of flat Earth.
the death of flat Earth.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
I think the final experiment spells the end of flat Earth. That doesn't mean there won't be believers, but it's just fade away.
Hmm.
Fade away.
Well, I guess based off your perspective, the flat Earth really never got started. So why would this final experiment have any bearing on the topic?
It falsifies, right? The Gleason's map, which has been the primary model for flat Earth since it's pretty much its beginning. Most of the leaders of flat Earth have promoted the Gleason's map as the model. And I don't see any replacements. I don't think it's a false dichotomy because I see no replacement model. I see no alternate.
Let me ask you, Brenda, do you think the globe Earth model works?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know that you claim it's not possible, but you never say how it's not possible.
Well, yes, I do. Maybe you don't pay attention.
I haven't heard it.
Did you hear me earlier say, until somebody could explain to me how the Nile River flows uphill for 2,000 miles, I can't believe in a globe? Maybe you heard that part. I think you did. I saw you comment.
What's the elevation of the Nile headwaters?
Do you know the Nile River only descends less than 3/4 of a mile from its beginning to its ending over a course of 4,000 miles? I'm sure you know that, though, Brenda.
So you didn't answer the question.
No, I did.
Elevation. What is the elevation?
It goes 3/4 of a mile down to sea level. That's the great part about the Nile River, Brenda. It's incredibly flat. Over 4,000 miles, it descends less than a mile, Brenda.
How?
So until you get,
what is the altitude of the headwaters for the Nile?
Brenda, you just heard my answer. I'm not going to change it, sweetheart.
You didn't give an answer. See, this is why people don't take you seriously.
No, I did. I gave you the
answer.
No, I gave you the answer. The Nile River is 4,000 miles long, right? And it descends less than a mile over the course of that 4,000 miles, Brenda. As you Google away, I just know it. I can hear you typing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Every time you're on my show, you make
everybody has. You
remember last time you were on my show, you kept making the icy noises with your crystal light. You remember that?
Yeah.
I have some information for you, Brenda. Would you like to hear it?
So, what is its altitude? Its elevation is what? It's 2,400 meters.
Brenda,
is 2,400 meters greater than zero.
Brenda, listen. I'm telling you that it only descends less than a mile, Brenda. Yeah. That's facts, Brenda. That's facts.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, I'm right. Exactly.
It does go down. So it does go downhill, doesn't it?
Right. Less than a mile over the course of 4,000 miles. You know the globe of 20,000 miles circumference. That's impossible. It's not downhill in a globe. You'd have to look because according to your theory, Brenda, gravity flows towards the center. It means the Nile River would have to flow uphill to the tune of hundreds of miles, half of its length of 2,000 miles. It debunks the globe on its face, sweetheart. It's okay. It doesn't matter, Brenda, whether we live on a globe or a flat Earth. We can still love each other, can't we?
How is zero uphill from 2,400 meters?
It's okay, Brenda. If you don't get it, the people who can listen and think can get it, Brenda.
You're just panicking. You're just triggered.
Right, I'm triggered. Exactly.
It's 2,400.
I'd like to talk about you, Brenda. You're the one who keeps bringing it back to the subject.
You'd like to change it, but the fact is that the headwaters are at 2,400. What is it, meters or feet? And
Brenda,
sea level is zero, so it
flows
downhill. Brenda,
it drops quickly, and then for 4,000 miles, it only drops 3/4 of a mile. These are facts, Brenda.
Yeah,
Brenda. Okay, so why are you telling me about the headwaters being exceedingly high when you're admitting it only drops 3/4 of a mile, Brenda?
It's still down, isn't it?
Yeah. How's it? Do you know how the globe works?
There's your
Brenda?
answer. See, you can't even
Brenda.
face simple facts about reality.
Right. Notch, anything to say?
Is an incline of 3/4 of a
talking
mile
to Notch.
over
I'm talking to Nachiketa.
over 100 miles. Is that still an incline or decline?
Brenda, if you're not understanding what I'm saying, I can't explain it to you anymore, Brenda. It's fine. Notch, help me out, please.
I have a proposal, Z. I have a proposal.
Really? Is it a marriage proposal? Because I'm not interested.
No,
Brenda, let me talk to you for a second. Let me talk to you for a second, okay? Brenda, Brenda, so like basically your position is that because flat earthers don't have a model, they have no leg to stand on, correct? Yes?
Yes. If you don't have a model, you're at the
Okay.
kiddie table. You're not at the big people table.
Okay. I just needed a yes from you, please.
Yes, you
Okay.
need to have a
Okay.
model.
So
Yes.
hold on. So what about the globe? Does the globe, does everything function perfectly on the globe? And you said yes.
Yes. Yes.
So the stars and the moon and the sun and everything is just working perfectly on the
Yes.
globe model, including the
Yes.
universe, right?
Yes.
So we are traveling at what, 66,600 miles around the sun, yeah? Is the
One
it, so is
revolution
the
every
solar is the
25,000 years.
is the
One
solar
revolution.
system also is the solar
Yes.
system also going around the galaxy as well, Brenda?
Yes. And
Okay, so
Lanakea
are
is
the
headed
galaxies are
towards the
actually
Great
moving
Attractor
away from
too.
each other as well?
What?
Are the galaxies also like moving away from each other as well at ludicrous speed?
Some of them, the Lanakea group, however you pronounce it, which is the supercluster the Milky Way
It's
is
a
in,
yes or no
is headed.
question.
I'm explaining to you that our supercluster is headed towards the Great Attractor.
So why do we not experience parallax? Why aren't the sun constellation or the star constellation not changing over the years? Why did
We
they remain the same all the time,
We do
Brenda? If
experience
there's so many
parallax.
movements going on,
We do experience
you know what?
parallax.
No, we don't.
Yes, we
We
do.
do not.
Yeah. That's just a factual question that can be easily remedied
Oh,
by
gosh.
looking it up. Nearby stars, we can show parallax.
All right,
It's
I'm
something
done.
that's Well, you've been shown to be wrong, Nachiketa. We do observe parallax. You are
Yawn.
wrong. Yeah, that's you just
How much do you get
running
paid? How much
away.
do you get paid by the government to do what you do? I mean, like that's what I want to know. Like
Notch, that's a loaded
what is the
It's a
question.
going
little
rate?
bit less. It's
Here's
a
the
little bit
question,
less than
Brenda.
$1,000 a month. That's my SSI.
No.
That's how much I get paid.
Brenda,
Not much. I'm not very wealthy at all. No, it's not much.
Brenda, let me ask you a question, Brenda. And this really has no bearing on your arguments, but just out of my curiosity, what was your occupation previously?
Yeah, it's none of your business.
Look, you
None
could
ya.
just say I don't want to. You don't have to say it's none of your business.
Yeah, none
If you
ya.
asked me mine, I'd give it to you.
I'm not interested in whatever your occupation is. It doesn't interest me. What interests me are the arguments,
But yours,
and the debates.
your occupation
and I would
interests
like
me.
to. I'd like to.
Yeah, but I'm
debate you
taking a side.
on
Look, I'm
modern
taking
day debates about does the final experiment and flat Earth? You would take the opposite because you admit that there's a 24-hour sun. They went to Antarctica. They observed a 24-hour sun, and you say, nevertheless, the Earth is still flat. I would take the
Yes.
opposite. That nevertheless, that this does refute a flat Earth, and I would take the opposite. And we could be at
We know that. We
modern day
understand
debate.
that. I mean, like
Well, you
you're
claim.
not
you
adding
claim.
anything to this discussion. We already know what your position is.
I've already debunked your sad little attempt.
All right, so
at
Brenda, you're gonna let me
refutation.
talk.
course.
Brenda, you're gonna let me talk and answer.
No, I'm
the
making
thing.
the proposal, and it could be at modern day debates.
Yeah,
It could be with
Brenda. Okay, I get it. Could
Max-
be anywhere. You want to have a
Max
debate? I
at
get
at
it. Spare me
Matters
the.
Now.
Please spare me the
Do
details.
you want to?
Please.
Would you want?
Brenda, ask me this first. I already challenged you to a science decathlon. Will you do that first? I already challenged you, and you haven't lived up to it.
You've never communicated to me.
Yes, I did. You just don't
Yes,
recall.
outside
Outside
did.
of this, you didn't email me.
Brenda,
Science.
it's easy to find me. You told me I don't know science. You said I'm woefully
you
ignorant
don't.
regarding science. Okay, so you're
Yeah,
just
you
doubling
don't.
down on it. So I retorted to you that I am willing to do a science decathlon with you on multiple subjects: biology, chemistry, physics, biomedicine, etc., etc. We'll do it. It'll be objective. Okay, it'll be standardized, and
Who's
I will
gonna score
prove
this?
to you and to everybody else that I will beat you in your so-called science. Plain and simple.
Oh, the Earth will still be a globe, though. So it's
Right.
really
Okay.
not relevant.
So you don't want to do it then.
It's just
no, because I'm
who would do
interested.
this? Who would
No,
administer
you
this?
see,
Who's going to
Brent-
administer?
I don't know. We'd have to do it. It'd have to be a thing. It'd have to be a whole thing. You understand?
What do you mean a whole thing? That doesn't. Who is going to administer this test? Because you'll need
I don't
to
know.
have
We'd have to
somebody
work out the
administer
details.
it.
You're just scared, so you're
Then
worried about the
email me.
minutia.
Then, well, it's been 45 years since I've been
State
in school.
your email. State your email.
I'll give it to you in the back chat.
All right, fine. And so you're basically going to say it's been 45 years since you've been in school,
Yeah.
but yet you're going to tell me I don't know science.
Yeah.
And then when I challenge you to science off, you basically back out of it. That's what you're doing. And you want to debate me. Interesting.
So if you do that, if I do this, you'll debate on, say, Matters Now, Modern Day Debate, the drunk.
No, I didn't say that. I'm not interested in debating.
Oh, so
people
if you're not-
people can
you're
come
not
have a
interested,
discussion.
then
The flat Earth
I'm
is not a
the point.
debatable topic, Brenda. It's not a debatable topic.
Of course,
That's
it's
it.
debatable. Everything's
No, it's
debatable.
objective reality. You debate things
That's
that are
your claim, but
controversial. Like
it's
you
the
debate things
words
like
that you
moral
say.
things like abortion or taxes. You don't debate
That's-
objective reality. The world
Of course
is what
you
it
do.
is.
That's what
We
science
observe it.
is. No, you
Brenda,
don't.
exactly.
observe
And science
objective-
isn't a debatable. Science is about testable, measurable, repeatable things, not about debates,
that's
not
how-
about theories and conjecture and
Of
who could
course it's
debate
about
better or
theories.
worse. That's it.
All we have
No,
are
it's not.
scientific theories. You don't
Really,
have no
that-
clue.
And that's why you think you live on a spinning water ball that's basically hurling around the sun at incalculable speeds because you think theories matter more than objective observable reality. That's all,
you
Brenda.
don't have. There's no such
Brenda,
thing.
I
as
need to move
objectable-
on. I have a
objective
dignitary in the back. I have a royalty,
You have
a member of
nothing.
royalty in the back. I have an actual king in the back. Okay.
Oh,
this is going on and
schizophrenic.
on.
The
This is
schizophrenic,
going
the
on and on.
King Nico, is that who?
See you later. See you later,
No,
Brenda.
it's not King Nico. It's that
Oh,
King
well, you
Nico.
said king.
We're gonna get involved
You
with
said
King
king.
Nico in the future. Yeah, there's a lot
He's
of kings in the
delusional.
world.
Almost
You know
as
that
delusional as you.
King, that King William or whatever
Bye-bye.
his name is, or Prince. There's a lot of kings. Okay. Do you have any closing thoughts, Brenda? As always, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, you brought me up here, and I quickly disposed of all of your supposed refutations of the globe.
Really,
have
when you
nothing.
lied about the
You have
Nile
nothing.
over and over again, that's
No,
your.
I didn't lie
reputation?
about the Nile.
All right, come see me again.
Right? The headwaters are above.
Brenda, denial is not just a river in Egypt. It's also a mentality shared by you and others like you. All right, let's links in the chat. Look, there's plenty of people. Just come on up, okay? I know you guys want to talk. Just get up here. Let's welcome our next guest, Nachiketa. Allow some other people to come in. As I said, our next guest, I guess we can consider him royalty. He calls himself a king, Nach.
Wow.
You know,
I've been
Is
talking
it-
to some kings. I spoke with King Nico the other day, so I get to speak with another king.
Yeah. I don't know if he crowned himself or this is some kind of bloodline elite lineage that he claims. I'm not sure.
Mm.
But either way, this man is a dignitary. He's a man of renown, so to speak. And I like his icon.
Mm.
Let's welcome King Stephen of the Sanity Machine. Welcome back to Z Show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's up?
I fell asleep backstage. I had a bit of a nap backstage.
Yeah.
Was there waiting for a while to get on. Finally on the show. Hello, Z. Hello, Nachos. How are you doing?
Well, what's up? What's up, Steven?
Not much. I remember you banned me from your show. You were in a panic that day, saying, "Oh, it's the Sanity Machine." You just kind of freaked out, but I was just trying to say hi to you. I'm not a threat to you. You shouldn't be so skittish. But anyway, I'm here now. It's good to be on the show. How are you guys doing?
Well, I'm doing well. I don't want to speak for Nachiketa, but I can say I've never been better.
Don't
good
speak
sir.
for him. Let him speak for himself. Mikey can speak for himself.
Right? And I
Right.
will.
He called you Mikey, Nach.
I
Well,
know.
I heard that was his name. You, Z, you had high praise for Lucky. What was his name? Rascal? Lucky something. The guy with the guitar.
Lucky Haskins. Why? Would you
Lucky
not agree with my
Haskins.
assessment? Yeah.
No, I'm just saying you had high praise for him. I was kind of almost wishing that you would have that kind of praise for me coming on here, but you kind of did, but you kind of had some backhanded compliments in a way. But
Steven,
Z,
I gave you an opening only reserved for my most special guests.
oh, thank you.
And
Thank
I
you.
don't have a theme song for you yet, which I'm a little disappointed that I haven't found you a theme
Me
song
too.
yet.
I thought it
Yeah.
was going to have a theme song.
You should have one. But I'm not going to like recycle old like guest songs. You need your own special song.
Yes, I agree. Z, I have a question for you. Do you think that truth seekers in general, whether they call themselves flat earthers or globers or rising earthers or whatever, should investigate something before they judge and draw conclusions?
I think anybody should investigate anything before they judge and draw conclusions.
You think that's wise and prudent then to do that?
Oh, I would say yes, of course.
Okay. Well, a lot of your audience doesn't do that. So I'm wondering if it's a channel full of truth seekers or just people that insult. And like a lot of them have not even been on my channel to see what I talk about, and they bash without investigation. They judge. So I think that's ignorant. I think that's lazy-minded, willfully ignorant. And I got to call it out. I think that should be called out in the truth community.
Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. Look, I'll say that I think my guests are the most critical, are the most, let's say, truth-seeking, the most genuine that you'll find on these streets. But I can't speak for you.
They're calling me a roach, all this kind of stuff.
Like who we talking?
Emilios. There's a lot in the chat right now. Emilios.
What about this lovely lady? Her name's Don't Judge Me.
She's got
from Florida.
She's two-faced. She's got a farty face. Look of her avatar. It
well,
looks
which
like
is
she
weird
smelled
because
a fart. You know what I mean? It looks like she smelled her farts. It does. Come on, dude. Let's get real. She's like, ugh. Go ahead.
Well, it's like she doesn't want to be judged, but yet she's judging you apparently. So I do.
Yes,
find that
she's hypocritical by even her name. Exactly. We noticed that on my channel.
So you mean this guy? He called you Queen Steven, Emilios man,
saying I'm a roach. Why don't they investigate the truth I share in my channel rather than just insulting from a distance? I think investigation is needed if you're a real truth seeker. I don't see a lot of that, except on my channel, my audience. I have the cream of the crop audience on YouTube.
Well, I have no doubt about that. If it's any reflection of you, Steven, I certainly have no doubt about it.
Well, Z, you know what? I invited you on as a guest on my show. You've never come on. I find that interesting, where you said you were worried about what people might think of you if you came on my show live as a guest. I do live streams. As you know, I've invited you on months ago. I find that interesting. Are you afraid to come on my show? Is Nacho afraid? Is Z afraid? Are you guys afraid to talk on my show?
Maybe I'm fearful to be outdone by such a superior intellect that I'm a bit, I don't know, gun shy. It's quite possible.
You're not afraid, are you? Do you ever take the hat off, or do you wear that all the time like Tim Pool? Are you related
I sleep
to Tim
in
Pool?
it. I shower in this hat.
Tim Pool, I heard
pretty
that
much
about
fused to my skull at this point.
Yeah, I heard that about Tim Pool. People said that he lives in it, like he showers in it. He goes to water parks, and he's got the beanie on. I've heard that about Tim Pool. I'm not kidding. I heard that it's actually sewn into his skull like a weave.
Well, here's the thing. So there's people they go down a slippery road where, say, one is like losing their hair or in some way approaching some type of male pattern baldness. They'll start wearing some type of headpiece. Okay. I imagine our good friend Vlad from Ironworks is here. Vlad, you seem to be in that situation where you go with the headpiece, but because you may be losing a little bit off the top, then you're stuck with it. Now, I will confirm.
I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Right. He's got a channel. He's got good content. He's a little shaky on this TFE thing. He thinks, I don't know where he is in the 24-hour sun, but I'm sure he'll talk to me. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But anyway,
is he a black guy? Is he a Negro?
He's a black guy, and he's a truther. So he basically has two things going for him.
Because I noticed he used the black emoji person.
He's a black guy. I admire the black race. What are your thoughts?
Well, is he from black YouTube. I like the fried chicken.
What do you think about Asians,
much as-
King Stephen? What about Asians?
Black YouTube.
Asians. I like Orientals.
What?
Well, there's black
Yeah.
there's black YouTube. I ventured into black YouTube not that
Is
long
there
ago.
BlackTube? BlackTube?
No, it's called Black YouTube. There was a
Black
guy
YouTube.
and he said I was the first white guy as a guest on his whole channel. I said to him at
Wow.
one point, I was like, "You don't get many white guys over here." He said, "No, you're the first one."
Steven,
And
did
his
you
whole
know?
audience was black, and they
Wow,
loved me.
congratulations.
They loved me. I was talking to I won them
You know
over.
how to talk to black people as a white
I
guy.
know
now.
how to talk to black and Orientals as well.
Steven,
Not
did you
great.
know? Did you know that I was co-hosting on the Bro Sanchez show last night? Were you aware of that? And how do you feel?
Bro Sanchez, I do a Bro Sanchez impression. Fools. We under heavy attack. Heavy attack. Fools.
You sound like Mr. T, aka B.A. Baraka from the A-Team.
Well, he kind of
Dude.
sounds cartoonish. Let's get real here. Bro Sanchez kind of, a lot of people said he sounds like he's straight off the Fat Albert TV show, the cartoon with Bill Cosby. Yeah, did you ever watch that growing up? I used to
It's
watch
very
that.
racist. It turns out it did not
No.
age well.
It's not racist. It was
No,
done
no.
by Bill Cosby.
Yeah,
He's a black man, and he did Fat Albert. He came up with the characters. I thought the one guy with the hat that looked like bubble gum over his head, I can't think of his name, but he had a speech impediment. The one character from Fat Albert. Anyways, I enjoyed the
Yeah.
show. As a kid, I'd never seen a black person in person, but I loved those shows like Fat Albert, Different Strokes, Webster, all that stuff with little black kids or little black characters. And
it was a theme,
blacks,
and there was always a very special
were-
episode that involved like molestation or drug use or some other weird topic of the time.
a lot of the Negroes do use drugs, and they do play basketball.
See, now
So
that
that
might be
some-
considered racist by some.
No,
I don't
it's
mean
a
by me, I mean
stereotype.
by
It's
some,
a
yeah.
stereotype, though. But stereotypes form for a reason, right? You know,
Yeah.
I'll tell you a story, Z. Just hold on a second. I don't want anybody here to think that you have a racist show here. I don't think you have a racist show at all. But I was at a Popeyes years ago, a couple decades ago, when it first made inroads into Canada, and I raised up a drumstick to a black person. I was the only white guy in the Popeyes, and I enjoy spicy fried chicken. And I raised up a drumstick, and I said, "Can't we all get along? Peace, brother." And we bonded over fried chicken. It's a true story. I said, "I love it as much as you guys do, you people." And he said,
Look,
"Great." And we got along.
One of my
after
three
that.
blackness
Wow.
listeners is not happy right now. Okay, one of them.
We became
Look,
friends. Me
look,
and
I
this-
have another guest. I have have to move
Me and-
on.
well, I
as
didn't get to
enlightening as
ask
this
you any
conversation
questions
is.
I didn't get
Take
to ask
care.
any questions about the rising Earth, though.
Oh, you
I
want to
wanted to
talk
ask-
Rising Earth? All right,
Yes, I
guest
want-
in the back.
I-
Look, hold on. I'm going to drop the
Forget the
link.
guests in the back; they're not royalty.
Calm
Can
down.
you just
Calm down. Look,
put 'em
links
on
in
the
the
back
chat
burner?
if you guys want to come up and talk to me. All right. I'm not going to
I
be here all
wanna
night,
ask
so hit
you-
the button.
I
Okay.
just want to ask you though: when did you come to the conclusion that Earth is rising, and where's the evidence for that? That the Earth is rising up?
Come
at
on, this
what
is a whole
speed?
conversation, man. You
Well,
just
it's about the
scattergunned
truth.
3 different questions, homie.
What?
That's all.
Are you afraid
Look-
to answer those questions?
No, I'm not. Hey, look, there's an
Okay.
obvious upward vector, okay? That the Earth is rising is an inference of the upward vector. It's a logical
The
next
upward
step,
vector.
okay? Now,
You don't
the
think
Earth-
it's stationary then?
the Earth is not accelerating upward. It seems to be at a constant rate, okay?
Constant.
Now that's it. There's no
So we
downward
can't feel it.
there's no downward. No, we're in the reference frame. There's no downward acceleration noted because of the way multiple states of matter are displaced due to inertia. Okay, it's a big subject. All right, I just gave it to you in a
I
nutshell.
know it is.
You can think about it if you want. Go.
I know it's a
research
big
it, but We're
subject.
not going to
Listen,
sit
Z.
here. We're not going to
No,
sit
but
here all
listen.
night and talk about the upward vector.
You could come on
Go
my
ahead.
show for an hour and talk about this as a guest if you're not afraid. If you have the guts to come on my show, where you can't just kick me
how
off for
they try
asking
to
a question.
get you. It's like, well, if you don't come on, you must
Do you
be
want to
afraid,
come on?
right?
No,
That's
do you want to come on my show? You don't want people to worry. You're not worried about what people think of you, are you? Z?
I like to play hard to get, King Stephen. It's a thing that I do.
Hard
It gives
to
me the
get.
power position. You understand?
You play that way with
Look, I gotta
Nachiketa?
go. I got other guests.
Are
to
you
get to. I
gay? Are
can't
you
sit
two
here and
guys
play
gay?
footsie with you. Yes,
No,
Nach and I are gay. Jaren's right.
Okay.
You're right. Nach and I are gay lovers.
Jaran, I'm not a
okay?
fan
Flip
of
it,
Jaran.
everybody.
I knew he was
Well,
a scammer
Jaran-
10 years ago. I called him out a decade ago. Come on, guys. You guys are
All right,
slow
good.
with
You
this
get the
stuff.
prize, okay? You get the ring.
Give me my flowers. You said you
Unbelievable.
had flowers earlier. Give me my flowers.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on my
yeah.
show. Come on my show and discuss this like a gentleman. Like a real
Benton
true-
says that he'd love to see me. What do you think about this Benton guy? Benton, you know something about this Benton guy, King Stephen? He told me
Are
he
you
was
afraid
dying
of
of pancreas.
Benton?
Hold on. He
Okay,
told
go
me
ahead.
he was dying of cancer about a year and a half ago. He had this whole
Uh-huh.
thing. My heartstrings were tugged for the guy. I had to feel a certain way about it. Here he is, still living and breathing, talking to my chat. Benton, you're not dead. That makes you
Well,
a
I'm
shill,
glad.
Benton.
You
Benton, you're a
want him to be
cancer
dead?
shill. I'm calling you out as a cancer shill.
I'm glad
Benton.
he's still
What are you gonna
alive.
do
I'm putting
about it?
that on record. I don't really
He
know
was
him
eating
that well.
sweet potatoes every day and like I don't know, not sleeping.
Sweet
It was
potatoes.
a whole thing. Yeah, he's into
He's
sweet
white. He's
potatoes.
not a Negro.
Yams.
Okay,
He likes
yams. They're not
yams.
bad. They're healthy, I think. Benton, I'm glad you're still alive. I think Z wanted you to die to prove a point.
He said
That's
he
kind
would.
of nasty. You wanted him to die. He weighs
Well, I mean,
125 pounds. You should see him.
Look, if you come on my show with a cancer diagnosis and you don't follow through with it, I have to follow up on it.
Have you seen him?
He said he weighs 125, but that doesn't equal. He could just be like anorexic. Like he could be manorexic. It's a thing. Look it up. Look, I gotta go. This is too much. It's too much.
Oh,
for
you
me.
got to go. I'm too
Later,
much for
Steven.
you. Okay, but well, thanks for having me on. I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
We love you too, King Stephen.
Thanks for
Hail to the king. Dude, what a character he is, Notch.
Wow. Well, that
I'm gonna
was
have
pretty good. That was pretty good.
I'm gonna have to get him a theme song.
Mm.
Obviously, it'll involve royalty or something, some type of pomp and circumstance. That one's obvious. It writes itself.
Something with Muppets, I think, would be really good.
Well, notice his icon was King Friday from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. For anybody who's paying attention. Benton, we love you, Benton. Benton, you know I'm just joking. I'm glad you're still alive. I don't want you to die just so you prove yourself not to be a cancer shill. Please, sir, live long and prosper, and blessings to you. I got a new guest. A guy named LeQuay in the back. Is that a name you recognize?
No. LeQuay?
LeQuay, are you still there? Flash your camera so I know you're there. You don't have to cam up, but you should. Yeah, he's flashing. He cammed up for me in the back, so I know he's like not a bot at least. LeQuay, welcome to the Z Show. What do you got for us?
G'day, thanks for having me, boys. How are ya?
Pretty good.
Oh,
So
I
this is the
remember
part
this
where I
guy.
play. This is the part where I play guess the British accent. As we know, Notch, there's many British accents. There's the
No,
standard
it's not.
English, and
Don't tell him
within
not.
there,
Don't tell him. Sorry, go on, Z. I interrupted. Sorry, mate.
okay, like English accents, I should say. There's the standard British, you know, and within there, there's like London and all those, and Scouser. Then there's Scottish and Irish and all those, and then there's the weird, goofy, like New Zealand, Australian, and all those.
Mhm.
Go ahead, just give it up. I think you're one of those southern, either South Africa, possibly New Zealand, or Tasmania. But go ahead.
Well, I wish you were correct there, Z, but I'm not, unfortunately. I do come from the land down under.
All right, so he's an Aussie. Vlad got it correct.
Yeah, that
Vlad
was
gets
a
the prize
terrible-
for the night. Vlad gets the prize. Hold on, let me talk to Vlad. Vlad, are you thinking this whole TFE's fake, dude? You're just going to go with that? And you're going to rock with that scoundrel, Sovereign Soul? Come on, Vlad, I know you're at work, but we got to talk about this. You're just gonna rock with Sovereign Soul, who sat there by Jeran for months and months and months, trashing me and Nachiketa, and then has the balls to ride the very train that we created for his dumbass. And you're gonna sit there next to that old fart? Notch, what's up with Vlad?
Vlad's cool. Vlad's cool. We love Vlad. You know,
Vlad,
he just needs friends.
Sorry.
You know, he just needs some friends to hang out with. That's all. You know.
So he
And,
chooses
and
Saab.
you know
Maybe.
what?
Yeah.
But you know what Saab does? He did the same thing to you and me. He would just come over here and make a living room out of your channel and just kind of sit around and take some bong hits and eat some snacks. You know, and smoke some cigarettes. And he just likes to hang out. You
Hey,
know, and
Vlad,
he
here's
just
a
was
hint.
done with us.
Vlad, Saab's not going to leave. He's like that guest that shows up and overstays his welcome by like days. And you got to have the awkward conversation with the old son of a bitch to say, go home to that fucking wife of yours, please. This is the conversation you need to have with the guy. He's not going to go away, Vlad. You're going to ride with that chump? Maybe we ignored Vlad a little bit too much. Could that be that we just kind of maybe didn't give him like the attention that we should have? Is that possible, dude?
I don't know. Maybe we should give him a chance and give him the attention that he needs.
Okay.
So
Okay, Vlad,
Lou
that's
over
enough.
here,
We're going
Lou
to take you
Quay
off the
over
hot
here.
seat. Yeah, go ahead, Notch.
Yeah, Lou Quay is from a clubhouse. So how's clubhouse doing over there?
You know what? I haven't been on there for a while. I've
Yeah.
had a lot going on this year, so it's been a busy year. But I've spoken to you prior to the experiment, and yeah. I mean, a lot's happened since then. Obviously, I've checked out your
Mm-hmm.
show, Narc, a few times, and I've seen you, Z, a couple of times, and it's all very interesting to see everyone's reactions and commentary. Narc, I was surprised the other night. I watched a bit of Nico's show, and your position is now that they did go. Definitely,
What do
they
you
did go.
mean now? I mean, like if you've been listening to my show, then I've always had that position that
That
they
they
did
did
go
go.
to Antarctica.
Oh, I've
Yeah.
just missed out on that part. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I was surprised to hear that the other night. It was just like bits
Okay.
and pieces that
I
I've
wanted
heard
to
you
go
talk
on
about.
because Nico's been going hard on this everything is fake type of thing, and I just want to have this kind of man-to-man conversation, and I just wanted to give him my perspective about why I think that they actually went, and we talked about Z and I have talked about it prior to TFE for months.
Yeah,
Okay.
dude. Look, and I'm going to let you go, but we've been on this forever, man, and neither of our narratives have changed, man. And we predicted exactly what would happen to the T, and all of our followers, our listeners know it. So, but anyway, that doesn't change what your point is. So, give us your perspective. Go ahead.
So you believe that the guys are quote unquote shills, that they knew? Just catch me up on this quickly, and anyone else that's new to the chat. Like, so just quickly, those guys are still sellouts or shills. Is that correct?
Well, here's the thing, man. I'll speak for myself, and then we'll let Notch speak for himself. They're obviously in some type of confederation with each other. Not only Jeran and Wited, but also the other flat Earth gatekeepers. It's Weiss, it's Sargent. They're all basically, I don't know, dancing to the same tune, so to speak. Now, can we look at each of them and categorize them in one group? Somewhat, but they're also individuals. But they all seem to be compromised on some level, whether it's their emotional investment, some type of arrogance, intellectually, cognitively, or otherwise, or some potential financial investment. I don't know, but there seems to be a compromise across the board. Now, the level to which these individuals are compromised, we can guess, we can conjecture, we could look at the evidence, but there seems to be some amount of effery going on with this thing. I don't believe Jeran is as stupid as he's playing with this whole thing. He has shown himself to be deceptive multiple times. Now, as for Wited, he's continually associated himself with Jeran, okay? He has done nothing to distance himself whatsoever. So regardless of Witsed's stance, we have to keep him in the same category of Jeran until evidence shows otherwise. So that's my statement on it. And Notch, I mean, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, like we mentioned this before, and again, like Jeran having his face plastered all over the world, on headline news saying that flat earther goes to Antarctica proves globe is definitely not good for flat Earth, and people say, oh no, it's going to be good for great. It's like anything and everything about flat Earth is going to be good for flat Earth. I don't really share that sentiment. And then Witsit, being a business partner of Jeran. Whether he was kind of swindled into it or not, it doesn't matter. He needs to take responsibility for that. So basically, do we know or did we not know that the Earth was flat prior to going to Antarctica? Of course, we knew that the Earth was flat prior to going to Antarctica. It doesn't do anything for us. We don't gain anything. It's a minus to the flat Earth movement. So the people who went as flat earthers have to take the hits for that. So there's that.
And Lisbeth is an innocent bystander in all of this. Is that your position there too?
Well, I like to. I mean, I say that, but I mean, like she definitely was. She wanted to be a contestant. She won the golden ticket. Now she has to take responsibility for going to Antarctica and being a representative of a flat earther. She can say all she wants that I'm going for myself and whatever, but she went as a flat earther, right? There were qualifications involved to be a contestant. You have to be a flat earther for 2 years, and there's some other stipulations that was involved to be a contestant. So that a globe earther can't just pretend to be a flat earther and then go to Antarctica, right? So she is representing flat Earth to a degree, and she is an accomplice.
Okay, so what would it take for you to be proved otherwise that they aren't accomplices? Because I've been talking to you from the start that that obviously all of this needs to be looked at long term. Like, this isn't going to resolve itself immediately, and everyone's jumped in from the beginning. Like, Banjo jumped in from the beginning, and I know, Z, you've had some talks with Jeran, and it didn't go so well. But like,
No, it didn't go so well for him. It went perfectly fine for me. Go ahead, man. Bring us, cut to the chase, dude.
So what do you want? What do you want to hear? Yeah.
So what would be hard evidence for you guys to say that they definitely weren't accomplices and in on any kind of chivalry?
Look, your question is completely fallacious, man.
Okay.
You're asking a question in a way that's obviously loaded.
No, I'm not. I'm being really genuine. I promise.
I'm not saying you're being. I'm not saying you're being disingenuous. That's not my point. It's you're asking a loaded question, maybe unbeknownst to you. The reality is, you're asking us to prove a negative, man. What would it take for us to know that they're not shills when they've shown evidence that they're shills? That's an unanswerable question, Holmes. Let me ask you, hold on. What is your perspective? Okay. Do you think that we are in error in our categorization regarding these gentlemen?
Well, look, I haven't found any of the evidence that I've looked at to suggest that they are being deceitful or they were.
Okay, let me ask you something. Okay. Are you a flat earther?
I would say that I've proved myself that it's not a globe, that I've falsified, the radius value.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we'll take that answer. All right. Now, are you aware of the evidence that shows that the model presented by Jeran and the other flat earth gatekeepers has been debunked literally for 7 or 8 years? Are you aware of that evidence? If not, we can talk about it.
No, that's okay. I think I catch the drift of where you guys are coming from.
Right. My point is, Jeran was made well aware of that evidence and he ignored it, and he vilified anybody presenting that evidence. And now, to this day, okay, he still pretends as though that evidence has no credibility, even though it's been pointed out to him in very simple terms. Okay. He has strawmanned all flat earthers into his model and then presented a false binary, which he called a mutually exclusive observation, and now is calling the flat earth community a dangerous cult. And you want me to believe that in some way he has not been deceptive and has shown no compromise?
I would say that he has been reactionary for a long time and that he has been emotional, I would guess.
Right. But did you miss the parts where here's the reality, man. Jeran claims victimhood consistently, but in reality, he has been the perpetrator time and time again. I know this because I was involved in it, and so was Nachiketa. Do you understand? We approached Jeran in a very gentle way, in a courteous way, in a respectful way. He responded with the complete opposite. We know this from personal experience. So you're simply up here being a Jeran apologist for whatever reason. Maybe you don't know the story. Maybe you're emotionally connected in some parasocial relationship with Jeran. I don't know. But the reality is you're simply false in your categorization of this topic and of Jeran's character. Well, whether you see it or not, I don't know. But enough people see it where the evidence is in, okay, the jury's out. It's been basically proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Jeran has been dishonest and disingenuous this whole time. He's consistently been shown to lie, man. Misrepresent, miscategorize for an obvious agenda. These are the facts, homie. Go ahead, wrap it up. I got to move on.
No, I'm just staying impartial and objective. Honestly, sorry, my parents are just calling me in. I apologize. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say because there's a bit going on, but I'll let you guys go. Yeah, I just think that maybe give it a bit more time. You believe, you don't know for certain. Like, yeah, you've got some evidence to claim. Okay, I'll leave it there. I gotta go. Sorry, guys. I've called in at the wrong time. I should have been a little bit more prepared.
I think you have to, if you've been following our work for, I mean, just go back and listen to the stuff that we put out there. If you do, it's saying, we say the same thing over and over again, multiple. It's very, very clear. So we make our points, like you're saying that like we're not objective. We do believe that we're being very objective and very fair. We've been very fair to everybody. Like especially Jeran and Whitson. We've given them so much rope over the months, and we've been at this for like good half a year now. Good half a year. Like
Yeah.
way before.
So, look, wait, listen. If you go onto my channel under my videos, I have a number of playlists. You'll see one called the Z Files Level Earth. Just go on it. Go through my most recent stuff. You'll hear all the evidence. You'll see everything that we've presented regarding this topic going back months. It's all there. Like Notch said, everything's on record. We stand on everything we said. We've been proven right down the line on everything. We didn't miss one. So it's all there, man. And after you review it, you make up your own mind. The blessings to you. Come back and talk to us again. And it was nice to meet you. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Like, I wish you all the best. Hey, take care.
All right. So I'm going to say it again. Links in the chat. Currently, the back is open. So I see some faces. Come on up. There's some people that should be hitting the button right now. I don't know what you're doing. Just come on up. There's certain people. I don't want to call you out by name. You should be up here right now. It's weird that you're not. Let's talk about our new friend LaCoy here. I don't know, man. I don't want to just categorize him as another Jeran apologist who's like caught up in Jeran's bullshit and lost in the sauce when it comes to this, man. I think there's something to be said, Notch, about the parasocial relationship. I call it a truth or imprinting. Okay, go ahead. Give it to me.
No, it's about Lisbeth because Lou is from over at Clubhouse, and Lisbeth is the one who is spending time in Clubhouse, and he wants to kind of, I would say, like white knight for Lisbeth a little bit, and kind of like not have us like come down hard on So if we kind of like go easy on Jeran and Whitsit, then ultimately we would go easy on Lisbeth. But if we go hard on Jeran and Whitsit, we kind of have to go hard on Lisbeth as well. So I think that is the main motivation as I see it.
Right. So again, basically people putting personal feelings, relationships, friendships above the truth.
Yeah.
Look, you're barking up the wrong tree, LaCoy. Notch and I aren't the guys saying it's fake, homie. Go bark up that tree. Lisbeth is zero to do with this conversation. Absolutely zero. I don't think I've brought her name up more than once, just besides mention she's on this trip, dude. So you just got to look at things a little bit more broadly and maybe get out of your feelers. Dude, you know what, man? You know what they say about a big butt and a smile, Nachiketa? It's very powerful, and a pretty face, man, has a lot of sway over some of these guys. And I have said that the flat earth community is the most simpish of the communities. It's filled highly with simp tendencies down the line.
Yeah.
Need I go down the list? I mean, come on. The amount of guys who have no problem supplying cunnilingus to their ladies alone should tell you the simp nation of this group.
Yeah, I think it's just
everybody.
like outnumbered by guys. That's probably why. I mean, there's probably like 3, 4, 5 times more guys than there are ladies in the in the movement. So I can understand the men. I mean, it's not a place to look for women. I don't think. It's not why you do it. That's in my mind anyway.
Don't tell Christy Lee Dolls that. She may have something to say about that.
I'm not here to offend anybody, but I'm just saying it's not.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. Yeah, sausage party. Bro Sanchez called the final experiment a sausage party.
Oh
Notch, what are we
boy.
going to do about the hoax tards that are just going to go on and say this is fake forever, man? How do we handle them moving forward? Like an example would be Eddie Flat Earth Banjo, who we're going to have to
Yeah.
smack real hard. Eddie, we're going to smack you real hard, dude, especially when you came out with that insane hit piece you did last night or this morning,
Yeah.
whatever it was. You're insane, bro. Go ahead.
No, I mean, like, like saying, like, their main point is that SunCalc is a globe data. I mean, that's what, like, freaking Will Duffy was saying, and it's not globe data. Like, all data that's coming from the Earth is plain Earth data, flat Earth data. I mean, and they can, skew it and do whatever they do and say like it's globe data, but it is objective reality. So you have to go and debunk SunCalc. That's all you have to do. Go to any location and say, well, it's not actually doing what the SunCalc is telling us it's doing. Or is it? If it's doing exactly what the SunCalc is doing, then is the Earth a globe? Then is that the logic? Of course not.
Here's the thing, Nachiketa, and I have a guest in the back, so we're not going to go anywhere for at least a short bit. But here's the
Okay.
thing, Nach. Here's the thing. The reality is, whether you want to call it SunCalc, whether you want to call it, celestial data, we're talking about observations of the heavenly bodies from Earth. It's very simple. As long as you know your coordinates, basically where north is, you take an azimuthal angle, which is basically a degree between 0 and 360, and you take an elevation angle between 0 and 90. Okay, that's all it is. If you take these measurements from multiple locations on Earth, you find very quickly that not only are the celestial bodies non-triangulable, but the simplistic model that's been promoted by the TFE gatekeepers is straight out debunked, okay?
Yep.
Plain and simple. All you have to do is look at the equinoxes and the solstices from multiple locations of where the sun is, and you find very quickly that the model has been debunked. This was pointed out to Jeran and his conspirators years ago. They ignored it, and they vilified the people bringing it. They smeared, okay, and basically gang stalked anybody presenting that information. The reality is, whether you want to call it SunCalc, whether you want to call it celestial observations, celestial data, it's simply measurements of the heavenly bodies from Earth. If somebody wants to look at this data, they find out very easily that not only is that simplistic model debunked, but so's the globe. The sun is apparent no matter which model you ascribe to, including a globe. This is admitted to by popular science based on the mean sun and the calculation of civil time. Anybody could look up what I'm saying. This is why I'm the king of flat earth. This is why the rest of you guys can go F yourself. I'm taking my crown, Notch. I don't care if they give it to me. All right, I got to get my next guest up here, okay? All right,
Yep.
audience, I want you to first gird your loins, and I want you to tell me who my next guest is based on their theme song. And whoever tells me the next guest wins the prize. I'm putting my money on Christy Lee dolls. I don't think Heidi's here tonight. And Notch, you can play along too, Notch. No, that's Brenda's music. Let's get it going.
It's probably London.
Come on, chat. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it?
I can't even hear the music.
You can't hear it?
It's kind of muffled. But my guess is London McLovin. That's my guess.
Nope. Papa Will got it.
OTW. Oh boy. It's been a while.
Notch.
Since we had a chat with OTW.
So here's the thing, Notch. We know from experience, Notch, that there is not just one OTW Patrick. There are many Patricks. Now, I've often attributed this to his bipolar ethnicity because he's French-Canadian. So is he French or is he Canadian? I don't think he knows. Would you know? I wouldn't. They have multiple languages up there. It's really fucked up. but we know that Patrick has some type of multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity. I don't know what's going on with him. So we don't know what Patrick we're going to get.
Well,
it also
let's find
depends
out.
on, it depends too, because we know that he smokes copious amounts of cannabis and cigarettes.
No.
And you may be interested to know this, Nachiketa, that he has been known to drink no less than 5 Red Bulls before lunch.
Oh my God.
Yes. I know a lot about
Sounds like a
Patrick.
healthy lifestyle. Cigarettes
Yes.
and doobies and Red Bulls.
Yes. He also
All
is a
right.
prominent member of the Unslavia community, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, I can't forget
Yeah.
about that.
No. Yeah, Christy Lee dolls. Multiple exclamation points. Do we let him up, Notch?
Sure.
We have to let him
we
up. He's
must.
Patrick.
That's right.
Patrick, let me see to make sure it's you. Show me your face, Patrick. It's Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, OTW, welcome back to Z Show.
Hey, I actually can't believe you still have the song. And just for your information, this is personality number 47. I actually ended up categorizing them and giving them numbers. So this is number 47.
Oh, 47. Oh,
Great.
that's Freemasonic numbers right there, right?
That's quite occulted. The 4 and the 7 is the 11, obviously. So you've basically
It's also
found
fourth chakra and the seventh chakra, and it's also green and pink, or violet or purple, whatever.
very enlightening. Nachiketa, OTW also adheres to the Kundalini, let's say, retention model of enlightenment through Jacob's ladder into the pineal gland. And if
Wow.
I'm not mistaken, Patrick, you're practiced in this. Is that correct?
Well, actually, just wanted to set the record straight for a couple of things that you had mentioned before you put me on stage. Like, I don't smoke cigarettes. That's one. Cut down on the monsters to about, and they're not Red Bulls, they're monsters. To about maybe 2 every second day. I'm really completely down on the monsters now. I don't drink that much. Just to put that on record.
Wait a second, hold on. I've seen you do the thing where you cut your cigarettes, right, and into quarters, and then you use the
they're
tobacco
called
to roll.
spliffs. Yeah, they're called spliffs. It's half,
That's a
not half
technicality,
tobacco,
Patrick.
but it's
Go
like there's a lot more weed than tobacco, obviously.
Well, you
Right.
I mean, you smoke tobacco.
I put it in the joint of weed. So,
Okay, fine.
but I don't smoke cigarettes. I only smoke
Got
weed.
it. Got it. All right. That's the technicality thing that Z's talking about.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
you'll call that a technicality.
But that's aside. Patrick, how have you been? Catch
I've
us up
been
to
all
speed
right,
on it.
man. I got a little toothache, but besides that, I'm good.
It might be from all this energy drinks that you seem to be consuming.
No sugar. I drink the no sugar ones, so it's not the. I don't think it's the.
That might be even worse. I mean, not for your teeth, but just in general.
Maybe I don't know. I'm in perfect
So-
health.
Let's get into this. So you've categorized yourself previously as a flat earther, OTW. You even came out with a flat earth rap that some of us may remember,
Yep.
where you were wearing your wedding tuxedo.
Yes.
You recycled your wedding tux for the video, which I thought was
Many
an interesting
times.
move. Yeah.
Even for my recent music video that I made.
In light of that, I would say that was an interesting choice for wedding attire, if I must say. I don't know. Is that a French Canadian thing or what's going on here?
No, I just like the fact that I don't know. White was a nice color. I don't know, man. I didn't want to be dressed in black. I wanted to be dressed in white.
Nice. What's your take on the final experiment? I'm sure you've been following along at least somewhat.
Absolutely. Actually, I think it's a whole fucking scam. Pardon if I don't know if you guys swear here. Anyway. So it's a scam. I think it's a scam. I've looked at so much of the footage, and I have even some of my own, perceptions and perspective on it. Just from the fact that I live in a winter climate where it's winter, 5 months out of 12. So there's a lot of things that I noticed during all of those videos that we were watching. Is there no accumulation of ice on any of the beards whatsoever. You know, like I've been shoveling snow for the past few days, and if I spend an hour outside, I'm going to have icicles form all around my mustache and my beard and shit. Never saw that. Never saw any condensation coming out of their mouth when they were breathing or speaking, which I found fascinating if they were supposed to be below zero. So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things. How about not leaving any footprints in the snow? I kind of find that fascinating. And, you know, a couple of other things that I kind of like broke down myself on my own channel, looking at these fucking shills and they're bastards, guys. They're bastards, all of them, every single one of them.
Well, look, I think we all can agree to that final statement. In terms of the nuances regarding the final experiment, we probably have some disagreements. Notch, any thoughts?
No, not really.
Yeah, I don't know, Patrick. Look, I tend to think that they just went down there and the 24-hour sun happens to be a thing in Antarctica for reasons I've laid out on my channel multiple times. You or anybody else can go back and look at them. Look,
I don't think they were at all in Antarctica.
Yeah.
If you want my personal opinion, I think that was a complete,
OTW.
you know,
OTW.
Hollywood set.
Have you
Yes.
seen? Have you seen like the footages from Jeran's like you know, GoPro and like the 24-hour like footages and all that stuff?
Okay.
Oh wow, Wits is gonna call in. Great.
Good. Let him call
So
in.
look,
Let him come and tell us how
wait,
amazingly
Patrick,
true
one
and real
second, one
that,
second, one
that whole
second. So-
filming and how it wasn't staged and how they didn't have a Hollywood set and a probably a Hollywood studio that can actually simulate the whole sun, you know, have a domed studio, right? Which is actually transportable. You can bring that from one place to another. You can hire those.
Are you going to be able to fly an airplane into it? Are you going to be able to drive, you know, a truck around it and shit like that? Can you do all that shit at this, like,
It's
you know,
pretty big. I don't know if you've noticed.
Studio
I pretty
15? I know how big it is. I mean, like it has to be gigantic, like Truman Show size, in order to like have like airplanes coming in, and everybody has to be full because you know you have 100,000 plus people going to Antarctica every year. Do you know that?
And that is supposed to
Patrick?
explain what? These people don't go there to go observe the sun or whatever the sky's doing.
Well, even if
It's
they
just
didn't
tourists.
go and observe the sun, would they experience nighttime or not during astro
Have
summer?
you asked any of them? Do you know anyone besides the people that went and faked the whole thing over in Antarctica? Do you know anyone else?
Not personally, but I don't
There
know
you
any
go.
of them.
So how am I
personally
supposed to
either.
take
I don't know
anything-
Wited personally. I don't know Jeran personally. You know, all I know is that they have presented information online, and either that is fake or real. That's all. Only thing
I would
that you
contend
have
that
to
it is
say. So if
completely
you
fake.
think- if you think that they're fake, you have to come with receipts on how they must have faked it.
Well, how do you explain not having
They
any
faked it.
condensation coming out of the mouth? How about explaining how the hell there wasn't any icicles or anything forming around their mouths on their mustache and beard if they were spending so much time in the Antarctic? And you're going to give me this? Oh, they went inside every 15 minutes to what? Have the snow melt off their face? Dude,
What if
I live
it
in a
is
winter climate
24-hour sun
for the
out all
past
time and the
47
weather
years.
is actually warm.
Oh, okay. So it's above zero? Because I'll have you know that condensation happens even during Halloween, which is not even any snow yet in October, my friend. And it's not below
No, I
zero.
understand that.
Condensation doesn't happen below zero. Well, actually, it does happen below zero, but it starts before that.
You can, yes. I understand that. I saw condensation over here in Louisiana, and it's not even freezing.
So how come
So
it's
what's
not
your point?
happening up in the... Well, my point is it should be happening everywhere it's cold, Nachiketa. There should be
Oh, my
condensation coming
God.
out of your mouth. And that
What
is
if-
a
what if
fact.
What if there's condensation?
Say what? I didn't hear you. It cut out.
What if there is condensation, as you mentioned it, but it's so bright out and sunny out, and the cameras are not picking it up as the way in which we're expecting it? Is that a possibility?
Man, that's far-fetched.
Okay. All
That's
right.
far-fetched, man.
So your position is now.
So you're going to tell me
because
that
there's
every single video that
listen,
they
listen, let me
filmed
finish.
and that we
Patrick,
don't see condensation coming out of their mouth
Patrick,
is some sort of weird
Patrick.
camera effect, right?
No, I'm saying that there probably are explanations, but so you tell me your explanation. Everything is faked. They faked it all.
Yes,
Is that the
absolutely.
position? Okay.
Completely staged. And if they were somewhere where there was some snow, okay, maybe they probably decided to land the plane somewhere where it was landable, where a place where there was probably some snow.
So how did they fake the 24-hour sun, Patrick? In your opinion,
It was in the dome.
Is that in a studio?
It was in the studio. The fucking sun was spinning at the top of the dome of that studio. And that wasn't that hard to film.
Okay. Okay. What can I say about
It's like
that?
so easy to explain and debunk. It's mind blowing.
Patrick.
Wow.
Patrick. Look, you want to hang in the what's it's going to be on in 5 minutes, Patrick. Okay, I'm going to put you in the back. I might be able to bring you up. I might be able to not. If you want to hang out in the back, hang up. I have another guest before Witsit. Witsit's on in 5, everybody, and I confirmed it's him. All right, Patrick.
I'm good, man. I can wait, but just at least let me know if you're not going to let me back up, so I won't wait there for nothing. All right?
You got it. Much love. OTW, everybody. Look, Notch. Again, Patrick falls in the camp. He's in the camp of they all faked it, man. I'm just sorry, I'm not.
I mean,
now.
he's not alone. He's definitely not alone. I mean, there are a lot of people. I would say more than 50% of the flat earthers who identify themselves as flat earthers, at least 50%, if not more, who say that it's all fake. Right?
Okay, now my next guest, Notch, it's Vlad, our friend Vlad from Ironworks. Now, we were speaking to him a little bit earlier in the stream. To my ear, he seems to be in the it's all fake camp.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know. I don't want to speak. We're going to bring you up, Vlad. And again, does that mean that in some way that you're completely discredited? No. Like I said, I'm going to give it a percentage chance that they faked it. I just don't have my money on it. I don't think they faked it, everyone. That's been my stance. That's where I am. Now, does that mean I'm completely ignoring all the footage and all the discrepancies like Vapegate, like Jeran's odd behavior? No, of course not. But I'm just not in the it's fake camp for obvious reasons. Anybody who's been following my content, Nachiketa's, from the beginning knows
weird
that.
behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, the Vapegate thing. And his association with Jeran, as we discussed. So here's the thing. If somebody wants to scrutinize the footage, of course, there are abnormalities and anomalies, certainly. But I feel as though by placing this in the fake category will do the most detriment to the community, because I feel as though it will set us back for years for the second and third and fourth so-called final experiment. We know right now for around 30 grand or even less, anybody with a passport can make their way down to this Union Glacier, okay, right around the 80th South parallel, and witness any observations of the celestials for themselves. So I feel as though this is a slippery slope argument that is just setting us up for not only more hit pieces, but for more fallacious arguments. I think it's a cope argument. I think it's an argument that places religious belief, such as the Hebrew cosmology, above observable facts and objective reality. So I'm not in that camp.
Yep.
But anyway, let's bring up Vlad. Let's hear what he has to say. Vlad, welcome back to the show.
Hey, what's going on? Apparently, I'm a tranny called Rebecca in the Discord, according to Rom. I'm glad to see that I'm being spoken about.
Wait, what? Hold on.
I'm
That's what you come out with?
No,
we already had one tranny on the show named Brenda. Are you the second tranny for the day? By the way, whoever your doctor is, kudos to them, because for a beard like that and those broad shoulders, that masculine voice, and an obvious Adam's apple that I could kind of see tucking under that beard, not a bad job.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You guys are wild. What's going on? I haven't spoken with y'all live in a while, but it's good to see y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've been too busy
it's been a
with
couple
that
months.
Sovereign Soul Unchained guy over there smoking bong hits. Are you doing
I don't
DMT
smoke.
with that guy? Come
No, I
clean.
don't do.
Are you hitting the DMT pen with that old geezer? Tell me the
No,
truth.
I don't
I want to
do. I
know.
don't do any. I don't do any drugs. None at all.
All
No
right. Now
drugs. None of that.
listen. Witset's going to come up in a couple minutes. He showed up. All right. He took my challenge.
Good.
You've been saying a lot about these guys, just like I have, and just like Notch. We
Yep.
each seem to have slightly separate narratives. Notch and I seem to be much more the same page than you seem to be.
Mhm.
But go ahead. You have the floor. Maybe you have a chance to talk to him. Maybe not. Give us your take. Go ahead. Floor's yours, Vlad. Please.
Yeah, man. Like this. I'm not. I'm not convinced that they didn't go. That's not. I'm not one of those that everything is fake. No. At first, I will admit though that I didn't see footprints because they were showing, you know, the whole footprint gate. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that. I didn't see. There was a scene in which Toon was walking around with his phone, right? And guys were like, oh, it was green screen, this and that. And I looked at that, right? But then on my show, I was like, let's look at it again. Let's look at it again. Then we got a professional photographer, videographer guy. He gave it to me in higher def, and then you could see why his phone would disappear. So there was a little bit more to the story than what we'd seen, you know what I'm saying, originally. And so just seeing that alone, instead of just jumping to conclusions, I was like, I need a little bit more. But at the end of the day, I think my biggest issue with the whole thing is the lack of level of effort from the guys that we sent down. And what I mean by that is you have guys like Toon, you have guys like what's his name? Freaking McKeegan and all them. Those guys, as soon as they got back, they uploaded data ASAP. They were on it. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was interesting. I didn't want to call it, and I didn't want to call it because of the mistake that I'd made previously. Like I was just a little bit hot with the pistol and not giving those guys a chance. But with all the holes and everything else, like I let people talk. But my like
Go
I
ahead.
said
Lay out the
again, my
holes.
biggest
Lay out the evidence. Go ahead. Lay it out for us.
my holes are the deception, like the vape gate, right? And even that I tried to give, and I'm going to stick on that one for now. Even that one, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt because there were a few things with the vape gate, just the perspective and the way we saw Austin crouch down underneath the barrel. I think we saw him crouch at one time and take a few puffs, right? He went inside. He probably got something to drink, right? Some tea or whatever. He went inside, got something to drink.
Yep. Maybe. We don't know. Well, I mean, that's speculation whether he got something to drink. I mean, that's what he has said.
Sure.
But I just want to say that it, like, I don't know how much you've been kind of following it, but like there are videos of Wited, like, you know, going in and then crouching, and those are spliced videos. You're
Yes.
aware of that, right? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. And so when I see these spliced videos, like I'm like, okay, so if you lose or if you get caught lying, you get caught lying. Now, my thing was I'd spoken with Sav a little bit, and I told him, hey, look, I could see I'd probably lie too if I told my wife at the time that, hey, I wasn't going to fucking smoke, and then I get caught on camera in the most unexpected way smoking. Or if I told my parents, in this regard, as I tell my parents because I ain't married, right, that I don't smoke, and then they see me on public TV smoking. I could see making it up. Now, I'm not saying that that's an excuse, but I get it, right? At the end of the day, I'm more, for me, it's more the level of effort and what I feel should have been done. Of course, I'm being armchair quarterback with this whole thing. But my thing has always been not always, but as of recent, it's mostly been level of effort or the lack thereof. What they didn't come back with, you know, the data, the way they didn't do, you know, their footages and everything else, that they basically left it to the globe, which is absolutely deceptive in my opinion, to do a lot of these observations. And so that bothered me. That's really what pissed me off, if anything. And so,
all right, Vlad. Here's the thing. So I got Wited in the back. All right.
yeah,
I'm gonna put you in the back. Okay, I might be able to bring you up if you want to talk to him. Okay?
I'll let you.
if you're so
I'll
inclined.
kick back. I'll kick back, and yeah, man, I'll let him do his thing. I'll let him talk.
Hang out in the back. We'll see how it goes. I don't know what his time frame is. Okay. So he came on here. We have to respect that.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So kick it in the back.
I'm gonna be.
Right on. Vlad, everybody, Ironworks. I like Vlad Notch. I've always liked him. And he likes us. So that endears him to me in some way. But again, we're in different camps when it comes to this. All right, Notch, I got Wited in the back. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring him up, but I just want me and him to start off with. All right.
Yep.
Then I'm going to bring you up and then potentially other people. But I just want to talk to Wited for a bit, give him a chance to kind of not feel overwhelmed here, give him an opportunity to kind of have the floor. All right. Let's get Notch in the back. All right, let's let him up. Austin, welcome.
What's up?
Welcome back to Z Show.
Yeah. We talked about the whole what's it called thing, right? With the
the what's it called thing.
Yeah.
Maybe the thing that maybe shall remain.
Yeah.
Well, we could leave that.
Yeah,
we
you're
could
not
leave
gonna
that in the
believe.
past.
You're not gonna believe this. My wife just called up here, and I need help with the car seat in the car. So I'm sorry, bro. It'll be like 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
I know that sucks that you just did the whole thing with the show, but
He's a dad, everybody. He's a dad.
right back.
Go ahead. Just there you go. Notch, we got upstaged by a car seat.
All right. Well, that's what it happens. It happens to dads. I'm not a dad, but I guess so I'll fill in for 3 minutes until Wited comes back. But I am definitely looking forward for you guys to have that conversation. And like for me, it's good. Put me in the back. You guys go one-on-one a little bit, and then we'll have some real talk over here. Because nobody wants to feel like they're overwhelmed or being ganged upon, and I've said what I needed to say, and I'm not going to pull any punches. I'll be very honest, and I'm not going to speak differently now because Witsid's over here. I'm going to say the same thing as I have been saying. So, but that's just me, right? So
yeah, fair enough, man.
Yeah.
I wonder, interestingly enough, he obviously understands the camps at this point. He obviously understands right now. I wonder what his take is on, let's say, the ones that fall in our camp, which, honestly enough, is basically his camp. That the 24-hour sun, Antarctic sun, doesn't do anything to negate the level Earth. So there's a commonality there. Now, obviously, his affiliation and his potential compromise and his association with these, let's say, known deceivers and liars, we're going to have to question him about. But he's certainly not in the Jeran camp, who's no longer a flat earther and says that the greater evidence now goes to the globe. So we have that commonality. That should be something. But again,
we don't know what Jeran's camp is. I mean, because he says two things at the same time all the time. So he said, I'm not flat earther, I'm not a globe earther, but then he'll go on tonight and talk about how, he's not a flat earther, he's not a globe earther, but he's not a flat earther. So he'll flip flop back and forth. So we don't know what camp he's in. You know what I mean? He could still, for some people, he's going to project himself. For some people, he's going to be a flat earther still. And then for some people, he's going to be still a globe earther. So he's like hoping that he could just kind of round up as many people from different camps together on his side. That's the position that he's going to try to take.
It's a quite convenient position and also very snaky and slimy, if you ask me. Nachiketa, some in the audience are wondering if Wited is doing a proverbial icing of myself. Like, in football, when the kicker's just about to kick the field goal and you call the timeout, that's called an icing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is this an icing of the What's it?
I'll go
My
back.
audience is wondering if you're icing me. I know you're a
Yeah.
football guy. Is that what's going on here?
Nah,
Tell
it's
us.
just pretty funny that she's needing me to put the car seat in. My wife doesn't even know how to. She's not good at putting the car seat in the car. So anyway,
That's all right, man. Well, anyway, again, welcome back to the show. I don't know how much you've followed my content and Nachiketa's content prior to this point, but I'm just going to give
not
you
all that much. I was just
Right.
going to say not all that much.
All right.
Because I just don't have time, right, to listen to a lot.
Fair
of
enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. The reality is, Nachiketa and I were one of the very, very few people that called this thing from the beginning, from the very beginning, from top to bottom. Okay. So just know that when you get in here, we knew what the observation was going to be based on evidence. Okay. Celestial observation, SunCalc data. The original Zetetics 120 years ago wrote about the Antarctic sun from an 1895 expedition that was done. It was reported by Albert Smith and Lady Blount in 1902. In the preface to their book, Zetetic Astronomy, they acknowledged the 24-hour sun and basically laid out the same argument that many of us are laying out, that there's nothing that the optics of the sky can do to invalidate the objective fact that standing bodies of water lie level always. This is the argument. Turns out, Austin, the argument hasn't changed 120 years. My question is, why are we still having this argument? Why was the flat earth community supposedly at large unaware of the knowledge of the 24-hour sun, when I know for a fact that information lending itself to that fact was presented to many of the flat earth leaders, I call them gatekeepers, as early as 2017. Evidence of the celestial, the sun angles on the equinoxes and on the solstices, particularly the southern solstice in December. This information contraindicated the simplistic version of the circling sun between the tropics. Now, we can include things like perspective. I was the one who told Jeran from the get that the sun is apparent. I made the argument to him. He fought me tooth and nail on it. Obviously, I was proven correctly. And in reality, mainstream science admits the sun is apparent, even on the globe model. That's why we use a mean sun and what's called civil time to calculate time worldwide. The apparent sun is admitted on any model because the celestial bodies cannot be triangulated no matter what. These are the facts. These were presented to Jeran from 2017 forward. He vilified anybody presenting that information. There were smear campaigns against them, and it was suppressed. Now, I can only conjecture on the reason. These are the facts as I see them. So, this idea that all flat earthers adhered to the simplistic circling sun model over the AE map, disregarding perspective, disregarding optics, is completely fallacious. Yet Jeran stuck to this argument, not only preceding this final experiment, but now post-dating it to the point where he has disavowed flat earth and called it a dangerous cult. You, to my knowledge, have maintained your association with Jeran. He has categorized you as a business associate. You have not said anything to lend otherwise. This is why up to this point, I have considered you to be at least somewhat compromised because of your associations. Now, we get into the Vapegate and we can get into the other things. All right. Firstly, I am not in the camp that this is fake. And I'll repeat it as I said earlier. To me, the circling sun was known about. It's not a problem. It's only a problem for those adhering to a theoretical, begging the question model that's been reified and basically pushed for some agenda. Okay. So to me, you guys went down there and the observation was the observation. In my world, I didn't need you to go down there. I didn't need Jeran or Elizabeth or anybody else to go down there to tell me about that sun. I already saw the evidence. It was enough for me. That's where I stand. Okay. With that being said, you know there's a lot of heat on you right now. The Vapegate thing is weird. Austin, I've looked at the evidence. There appears to have been a vape. Okay. Now, the floor is yours. The evidence shows me that you vaped and you blew it out. However, to me, that does not negate the observation. It does not make this thing fake. I don't think you guys were in some type of studio. All right. And I'm not saying you're like a Mason or a shill. And if you examine my content and it's all on record, I was very, very fair with you, particularly in the beginning, but your continued association with Jeran is huge red flags in my book. It continues to be to this day, and that's where I stand. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
All right, cool. Lot there. Obviously, I'll try to remember it all. So to quickly do the vape thing from the rip, right? The first time I was asked if I vaped in Antarctica, I said yes. So that was in Earth Awakenings, this live stream 24/7. And I talked for hours and hours redundantly about that. Yes, I vaped. I used to vape. I quit vaping. I found a vape in my bag. Everyone claiming that's a lie. I guess I can see why that's coincidental or whatever. But I found an old vape and I hid it because I wasn't at home, right? So like I wouldn't vape around my children. I quit vaping because Aaliyah was about to be born. You know, like I wasn't gonna smoke when I had children or whatever. I also had a cigarette there. I hate cigarettes. Think they smell terrible. Would never smoke around my children, etc. So I did that. I was away from my house is the only reason I would be vaping or smoking a cigarette. Okay, I never lied about hitting a vape. What I said and still say to this day, which is just the truth, is that I did not hit a vape and then walk over to the camera to try to fake my breath, because that would just be retarded. Like now you say you think that I really went there, so you can see why if I was just actually there, faking my breath with a vape would just be retarded, right? Like it doesn't even make any sense.
It's perplexing to say the least.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So like if you actually look at the video real closely, you'll see every time I hit a vape, I'm trying to hide it from the camera. And that's because I would never vape on camera. For one, like I think it's trashy looking. And two, if there's like younger people that like look up to me, quote unquote, in any way, I don't want to make them think that vaping's cool, right? It's the same reason I don't cuss like on my streams, even though you may occasionally hear me cuss off stream. Like I'm not going to cuss on stream. So anyway, I was trying to not vape on the camera for multiple reasons. So if you actually watch it, even the moment in question, I hit a vape, I walk over there, I exhale out away from the camera. Like I turn my head away from the camera and everything, try to get another exhale out, and then I walk over there talking. I did go into the building right before that, and I was in there for like a minute, and then I drank some water. And in Antarctica, when they give you the water, it's all like boiling hot water, because if you want it to be cold, you just throw snow in there. Like the water just comes from the snow anyway, right? So when you drink hot water and you walk outside, you see your breath more. And it takes like a couple minutes, so you don't really see your breath. So I just assumed that that's what my breath was from, which is why I said, "What's up now?" and took 2 deep breaths after that, thinking you keep seeing it, and you didn't. Now that the HD footage has come out and I've seen the sequence of events, because I'm not a robot. I don't literally remember every single second of everything. I'm like, oh, I hit a vape closer to that moment than I thought. I will readily say maybe some vape was left over in there or something. I don't know. And I think that might be the case because you didn't see my breath after that again, right? If it was just because I was warm, you would think you'd maybe keep seeing my breath or whatever. So that's the truth with that. It's like really simple. I just would never fake my breath. And it would be much easier for me to say I did at this point, right? Because people would shut up. But I'm not going to lie to appease that. So that's the thing. I think maybe more importantly, though, is the other stuff you said at the beginning. So with Jeran, for example, like for one, when he says we're business partners, because we both host the summit together. We have a virtual summit where we bring on other truther speakers or whatever, right? And we pay for these platforms up front. We pay the speakers, and then like up front, right? And then there's a little bit of money that's made off of that when everything gets paid out. Okay, so we do that together. So we're quote unquote business partners. We have a summit together. Okay, when it comes to like disavowing him or distancing from him or anything like that, like I know Jeran in real life. Like I know Jeran very well. I've talked to him for hours and hours and hours, multiple nights. I know personal details about his life and vice versa. And like Jeran is just a real person. So like people may disagree with how he's gone about flat earth or how he's reactionary and will say things kind of antagonistically or whatever it is. But I know him in real life. And when I'm super, this means a lot to me.
Hold on. I don't want to cut you off as I'm cutting you off, but you're a logical man. I don't have to explain to you logic. Is it possible that your emotional connection to your friend Jeran is clouding your logic in this matter? Because what you're saying to me regarding the truth or the falsehood of this matter is not logical. It's emotional. Your connection to Jeran, he's a real person. It seems to be straw manning an idea and then making an emotional appeal regarding Jeran, because separate from your association with him and your possible friendship, Jeran has consistently shown himself to be dishonest and deceptive. Now, either you see it or you don't, I don't know. But the reality is these are facts, okay? Jeran made a very specific claim before this so-called final experiment. His claim was that a 24-hour Antarctic astral sun would make the flat earth impossible and lend the greater argument to the globe. That's the issue with me that I and others like me took towards Jeran, okay, is his positive statement regarding this. Jeran then played the victim. He besmirched my name consistently, okay? He smeared me in so many ways and otherwise, okay, based on my disagreement on this topic. I was proven to be correct. Jeran obviously painted himself into a corner that there's no way out of. That's why he has to disavow the flat earth, gaslight everybody on the way out, and play the victim because of his positive statement. That's the issue. The issue is the 24-hour Antarctic sun, Jeran's statements on it, and his deceptive statements. Number one, he has strawmanned every flat earther into the circling sun over the AE map model, which I think was debunked years ago. Okay, plain and simple. It doesn't mean the map's debunked. Okay, it certainly doesn't mean the flat earth's debunked. It means that simplistic, reified, begging the question, unevidenced model is debunked. Now, Jeran has consistently misrepresented the position there. When shown evidence of the apparent sun, not only by myself, but by you and others like Shane St. Pierre and on and on and on, he has disregarded this evidence in favor of this model when the sun is obviously apparent. I do not think Jeran is as unintelligent as not to know this. Therefore, my only conclusion is that he's being deceptive on that topic. Okay. So he's misrepresenting flat earth in terms of the model. He's gaslighting everybody in terms of what he's said in his statement regarding the implications of the observation, and on and on and on, regardless of any personal connection. These are the facts. He has now called flat earth a dangerous cult, regardless of his experience from certain members of the community. All right. To call flat earth a dangerous cult right now, knowing his national prominence in multiple media sources, okay, we can see now where this is going to go, the headlines and the spin. So for any of us to question Jeran and for you to continually place Jeran in the victim narrative, I have to call out and certainly point out to you. And again, it's possible that your emotional connection is clouding your judgment. I'm willing to give you that latitude, but I'm not willing to give Jeran the latitude and let him off the hook at this point. That is something I won't do. Floor's yours.
Yeah, so I was gonna go address that. So for one, I coined the phrase "falsification is independent of replacement," right? And the reason that I coined that phrase early on in debates was because people were always asking for a replacement model, and to me, that's not what I got into flat Earth. I found out that the model they told us isn't true. I falsified it. And I believe the proper way to go about flat Earth is to just acknowledge things as you can verify them and just go from there. And it's like it requires humility, accepting that we don't fully understand everything, especially with the sky, right? And the heavens. So I've never claimed that model. I've always said I don't claim a model. Every time I'm asked, I'm like, I don't claim a model. We don't have a model. What are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. Now, I have been in situations where I defend that AE map. It's because people are claiming to have debunked it with faulty reasoning, and I show that claim debunk of it isn't correct. Now, from my understanding, with say, because like for example, something as simple as when you get past the equator, the sun starts setting in the wrong direction, right? So, I mean, from my understanding, Jeran, I showed him that if you actually look at dome optics, technically it could do that. Just the apparent position, the apparent like displacement of the sun could do that. From my understanding, Jeran started making that point. Right. And Jeran reached out to me in private a while back, and he was like, a bunch of people are claiming maybe a couple years ago that the AE map is debunked and stuff. And like, what's your take on it? I'll just tell you from my perspective from the inside, Jeran, there's not some master plan here of him being deceptive. It's like he thought it was legit. Okay. He thought that
Austin, on that, is it fair to say that you really don't know what Jeran's mindset is? What his motives are?
Of course. I could never fully know. He could be deceiving me, but it would be the most immaculate deception. I've talked to the man for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours behind the scene. Like that would be super like narcissistic of me to act like I know for a fact he couldn't deceive me. I'm just saying like I don't think that, and nothing you're saying has convinced me of otherwise. Now I see your point. Okay, I have said I wasn't sure or I even didn't think there was a 24-hour sun, and the reason was because the quote unquote evidence for it was just super shoddy. You know, and like in retrospect, I know why. It's very difficult to go there. And who knows, maybe it could be more conspiratorial and they try to set us up or whatever. But I always said, I'm not saying there isn't one. It wouldn't prove the Earth's a globe or something, but I don't think there is one. Like I just think the evidence is pretty lacking. There should be, National Geographic would have already documented it. They put cameras in deserts to film freaking lizards for a month or whatever. So I thought it was weird. But I've always said I don't claim that model. I've been very particular about that since the beginning, and no one can say anything other than that. So Jeran and I have disagreed on this for a while. The reason I say I'm not going to turn on Jeran is because he's been loyal to me in terms of like real life stuff. He's had my back, and I believe that's very important, especially when they're being attacked, right? So like when people are kicking someone when they're down or whatever, and like you can say he deserves to be attacked or whatever. That's not the point. The point is that I just would never like turn my back on someone that I consider a friend when they're being attacked. I reach out to them in private. I reach out to Jeran in private. I talk to Jeran all the time. I've reached out to many people that have been slandering me about this, right? Claiming I lied, I'm deceptive, and an actor, all this stuff in private. And I've tried to say, look, bro, that's not true. Da, 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 da. I think that's just an integrity, in my opinion, and that's something that I think is very important. So that's to address the question as to why I haven't, quote unquote, distanced myself from him. Like, yeah, we strongly disagree on this. Like we talked about it in person on the trip. Like we don't agree at all. I knew that there may be a 24-hour sun. When I was on the plane going there, I'm like, there obviously is one, right? Like just on the plane there, I knew we wouldn't be going there if there wasn't one, right? Like, doesn't make any sense. And I knew, like, I don't know, I've looked at bipolar models for a long time. I've looked at kind of the idea of dome optics for a long time. I don't know. I'm interested in it. I never thought that model was correct. Why would we think that the model that was served up to us on a silver platter was correct? And there are obvious problems with it once you get past the equator. Okay, so I've been very open about all of that. So, like, I think I addressed most of your concerns. Maybe you can reiterate some of them. I'll just to repeat. Like, I'm not going to turn my back on Jeran. Like, and people can get triggered about this. Like, Jeran could actually come out tomorrow and full blown say, you know what? I had a revelation. Actually, the Earth's a globe, and I wouldn't just like attack him publicly. I wouldn't start. That's not.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. What you're presenting is basically a false binary with this Jeran thing. There's many options between turning your back and attacking him. Okay. And your continued close association with them. There's many options in between that, man. So anyway, look, it's your life. It's your everything. I'm just giving you my opinion. I want to talk about models. Why even talk about models? What's the point?
Let me ask
you, here's the thing, man. In my book, the heavens are for the gods. Okay. God, whatever God you want to ascribe to, that's fine. Most scriptures say that. The optics of the sky appear to be illusory, to say the least. All right. Now, I know we can theorize, conjecture, and otherwise regarding the heavens, but when it comes to models, okay, they can't be substantiated. We're talking about optical sky. It can't be measured. Okay. You can't touch it. You can't prove any evidence regarding it. It's illusory, to say the least. Don't we get in trouble when we talk about models? Isn't this why we got here? Because a discussion about a model became supposed de facto reality, became a straw man that all flat earthers apparently adhere to. The globe model only exists because of consensus and appeal to authority. It has no substance. It's impossible from the jump. This idea of a preponderance of evidence is false reasoning because there is no evidence. Okay. So to give it any credence at all is completely fallacious. So this idea of models, to me, is where we got in trouble in the first place. Okay. All right. Look, that being said, let's get into the claims of fakery. You talked about VapeGate. You gave your explanation. I'm not going to hit you over the head with it. I said what I had to say. You said what you had to say. Let's talk about the claims that are being made, because we can, that's something we could bite into. People are making positive statements and they're claiming things about this trip.
Can I quickly share? Can I share an image? Can I share an image of my passport?
I believe you, man. I mean, you could.
Well, there's someone in the chat's asking for it. It's up to you. I've never shown it.
Look, I'm not worried about it, dude. I'm not, because I don't believe whatever they're saying. So you don't have to convince me. I'd rather just have the conversation with you. Now, listen. Cool, yeah. The claims are being made about this trip. I heard everything from you guys were in a studio to you filmed it before you went, and then you went, and then you never went. I've heard everything in between. But the basic claim is this was faked. This was a complete hoax, okay? And an utter farce, a stage act, a theatrical performance. Give your side of it. The floor is yours. Take as long as you want with it, okay? I want to hear what you have to say about it. Knowing, again, that for me, I believe that these arguments actually detract the most from the flat earth community, and will set us back years, if not a decade, because anybody can go to Antarctica who has 30K. It's not $1 billion. Okay. Contrary to what people say, not everybody in the FE community is poor. Anybody can go there if they want to, as you obviously know. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree in many ways, and I strongly disagree with the idea, though, at the end that it's going to set us back, and this is why I'll explain it. So, for one, like if I hadn't gone, I feel like someone else would have gone, right? So, who's going to go? Because I know that if I go on any shows or whatever, like I can debate and defend the flat Earth pretty well, right? So I know the real arguments, and you're right that just the entire premise of it is fallacious, right? Like on its face, the idea is that they're going to prove the globe with the 24-hour sun, which is affirming the consequent, right? If P, then Q, therefore P. If they're a spinning globe, there's 24-hour sun, therefore Earth's a globe. That's stupid. Obviously assumes exclusivity. It's a formal logical fallacy.
Yeah, by the way, Austin, on record, I pointed it out to Jeran's face on his show. I said, you are making a classic affirming the consequent logical fallacy. He completely ignored me and said I was crazy. So just for the record, I pointed this out to Jeran. So did Nathan Oakley, think what you want about him, and many other people. So this was not unknown to Jeran, but I don't want to detract. I just wanted to place that on record.
Yeah, well, I don't have to think what I think about Oakley. He's proven himself to be a liar and has slandered me for years, but it's all good. So when it comes to this entire thing, this was very, very well thought out for me. Okay, so I didn't just flippantly go here. So Jeran breathed life into it. And like I said, I am Jeran's friend in real life. And so he basically said, well, I'm not going to go unless someone else I go that I trust, right? And so he mentioned me. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go unless Duffy's on the same plane as me, because you're not going to like kill me or something or whatever. But so I got the email. I said, here are my list of stipulations before I'd even consider it. And the reason that I would even consider is because I actually was not convinced of the evidence. And regardless if I was or not, a large percentage of the community was thoroughly convinced there is no 24-hour sun, right? Like to the point right now where they're swearing that we sold our soul to deceive the world and we're in a studio because there could be no 24-hour sun, right? That's extremely detrimental to us for the reason that you just brought up, which is that anyone can just go there. And of course, to a specifically approved location, and see the 24-hour sun. That's very detrimental to us. That's a hindrance to us. And I thought, okay, I should be one of the people that a lot of people in the community could at least trust, in the sense they know I'm not going to lie about what I see. I can go personally see it for myself, verify it. We can document some stuff, and then we can bring it back. And so from the sense of data, I thought it was beneficial for us, because even if people like yourself were ahead of it and noticed that it wasn't there, you would have to admit that there was a huge percentage of the community that didn't think that, right? And Flat Earth was typically represented as the model that we're discussing that's basically been falsified, this actual sun reified model thing, and with the AMAP, and they wouldn't be wrong, right? Because if they went and looked into FE, a lot of people claim that. A lot of people say there's no 24-hour sun. So that's such a bad look for us, knowing that there is one. Certainly now I know, right? I was not convinced. So that I went for that reason. I went for the reason that they would have put someone else there. Imagine if they put someone else there that claimed to be a flat earther, run them on this media tour, and they're like, well, now I see the light. It's a globe, right? They would have gotten.
You mean like Jeran?
Well, yeah, Jeran didn't say it was a globe.
No, that's what you just explained is exactly. Come on. What you just explained is exactly what Jeran is. Okay, go ahead.
I see that's your perspective, right? But being behind the scenes, in reality, Jeran went up to the camera on the live stream and he said, I was wrong. I claimed this model. Sometimes you have to admit when you're wrong. The media took that out, claiming that Flat Earther went to Antarctica, proving himself wrong, as if he proved the Earth wasn't flat, right? And that wasn't really what he said. Now, I didn't give them anything. Like they didn't. You'll see my face nowhere. You'll see basically none of my quotes anywhere, because I'm like, Earth is still flat, basically, in what I said. So it is what it is. But Jeran said he's not taking any interviews. He's not going anywhere talking about this, and he's gonna point them all to me. And this was an agreement before the trip. So this was like pretty calculated, knowing that like, okay, they're gonna bring me on, then I'm gonna say the radius has been falsified. Here's how, and that doesn't actually disprove anything. Doesn't prove the Earth's a globe in any way. So again, they could have put someone else in there. I went instead. I thought that I could trust myself. I thought more people trusted me than obviously did, but whatever. Then the next part of it is there was this. So once it started becoming more and more like potentially real, then there was this idea of going on Candace Owens, because they had reached out to Candace Owens and she was interested in going, and she had recently heard about Flat Earth, started researching it. She knew NASA was fake and started with Satanists and all that stuff. So That's huge. Like, imagine me being on Candace Owens and saying the real flat earth argument. Something like that's basically never been done. So I'm like, okay, everyone will want to talk about it regardless of what happens, especially if there's a 24-hour sun. And this is a way to break through the censorship, right? We're in this little bubble in this corner. This is like, I call it the Trump effect, right? Because it's like, I don't like Trump, but the point is, the analogy is good. It's like, oh, the mainstream can't help but talk about Trump all the time. Even though they talk negatively about him and they bash him or whatever, they get way more clicks, so they can't resist. And then people go watch it and say, did he really call all Mexicans rapists? Then they go and look. He didn't say that. And then it makes him bigger. And so I thought that this would have the same effect on FE. They're going to have to take us out of context, lie about us, and then they go look into it. Especially if I'm on these big shows giving the real arguments, it could be one of the biggest things for Flat Earth ever, because there's no other way realistically that we're going to get past the censorship.
Well, let me ask you a question.
So that's pretty
now.
calculated. You know.
Hold on. Please hold that thought. When you say the real arguments, is it possible that there are those in the community that would disagree that your arguments are the real arguments? Okay. I don't want to get into what they are, but is it possible that the arguments that you give for flat earth may not be the same arguments that many of us would give? And some of us may think that they're actually detrimental arguments towards this idea of a level earth.
Yeah, specifically, people would say that when I discuss like ether or static electricity or whatever, and they regularly show an inability to even still man those positions. But when it comes to my actual argument about flat earth, I really have heard like basically no one say that. I mean, not even Oakley and FED, because my argument is that there's a claim of a radius, and then we falsify the radius, and this is how the earth measures flat empirically. And I have a long list of things that are pretty much unrebutted to this day of how the earth measures flat. It's physical empirical evidence that the earth is not curving at the rate that they claim. They assume convexity, right? They need a geometric, physical, actual location of a horizon that doesn't exist. We falsified it, and with the falsification of the radius comes the falsification of the entire model. The difference is I go a little further. I talk about other topics, and I'm not going to just dismiss them. So we do have a disagreement on how we approach the conversation. Whereas maybe someone like FED, they would say, we're going to keep it right here no matter what. I don't have to answer any other questions. I don't want to talk about anything else. And I just don't agree with that. I think it comes off disingenuous to the audience. Is kind of a deterrent.
Let me ask you, didn't you say your fundamental precept is falsification is independent of replacement?
Yes. So every time I go to answer,
are you not violating that precept when you practice what you're stating here?
If I were to agree to the sentiment that like until I offer a viable replacement, the initial claim remains true, but I never do that. In fact, I almost always, and it's annoying because I always have to intro my point. I have to preface my point by saying, actually, falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to make a claim where like you made the positive claim. Now, if I was to speculate, this is my position. That's what I always say. I say that so much, it's annoying. You know what I'm saying? And so like, I don't dispute that people either don't really listen to what I say or they have a motive to kind of, misrepresent what I say, but I'm very careful with me saying those things. But yeah, I have a position. I think there's definitely ether. I think that provably everything's electrostatic. I mean, that's just a fact. And like it does have an effect on things. Everything's electric and they've hidden these things. I think these things are important. I don't think it
Here's
just
the thing,
is with
Austin,
geometry.
some would argue that those statements are unsubstantiated, non-demonstrable, etc.
I mean, the electrostatic one is extremely substantiated, right? I mean, like that, everything is electrostatic. You now, when people straw man what I say about that, claiming that it's like a replacement for their version of gravity, I don't do that though. Actually, I've never made that claim. Like I say, you guys make a claim for gravity because you need someone omnidirectional flying through a vacuum around the ball and all stuff and holding gas pressure next to a vacuum. I don't need to answer any of those questions. What I'm saying is little g is just things fall down and we kind of we calculate an average, like we measure an average of how fast things fall.
Look, we can get into this. I would love to have this conversation with you another time. I'll simply say there's no evidence downward. There's no evidence downward acceleration. Okay. So the idea of electrostatics and a downward vector to me is unevidenced, but we can go from there. Okay.
Yeah, we disagree. We can run a generator off a downward electric current.
Yeah.
On here. It's
we can go back and forth. We can
have a conversation about that later. I think we're basically in the idea that the Earth's moving up at a constant velocity answers it because there's no displacement. There's no actual downward acceleration. We could.
I know you've been in this conversation before. I know you've had this conversation. Yeah. All right. So what else? Do you have anything else to say regarding the positive claims that the TFE was a complete hoax? I want you to cover it. I want you to just lay it out.
Well, like I just think it's extremely detrimental, and it's giving them exactly what they need. Like I know that there are some people, like I think you guys were saying earlier that you think no one should have gone. It was bad, nothing but bad. And I said why I disagree with that, right? Because there some people in the FE did claim there's no 24-hour sun. I don't think that we're gonna have wins because I have full final cut it, final edit over everything. And so either it's a flat Earth documentary or there is no documentary, or there's no documentary with us in it, which means no one cares about it. So it's like I think that's potentially a huge win. The director is verifiably a flat earther as far as I could possibly verify someone. So anyway, I think that that's a huge win, and we could list all the wins off, right? Like Candace Owens, other big podcasts, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I positioned it in such a way with the contracts, which are all going to be publicly available. Hopefully tonight, everything should be on a site, all the data, all the videos, all the contracts, all that. But like, I thought that I had done pretty good to have the communities back, right? So what clearly has happened though is people have dismissed it as fake without even investigating, and that actually did give the Globe a huge win. 24-hour sin is not a huge win for the Globe. The win is people just going crazy, and first of all, obviously the division, but I'm quality over quantity anyway. Like if we have people that are really poor researchers in the community that can't verify claims and then they just flippantly slander people, I mean, do we really need them? I mean, I don't think so. So, but what happens is someone goes and looks and they see, wait, these flat earthers, they don't do good research, and all their claims come from like lack of understanding. So when they make the claims about the shadows or the condensation, not understanding lighting and all this stuff, well, they're like, oh, that's what flat Earth is. Flat Earth is just a group of people that didn't really fully research things and don't really understand the globe model. They don't understand science or whatever it is, right? The caricature they paint of us. When they come see people make crazy claims and they're like, oh, every time a flat earther is given evidence that they don't like or is inconsistent with what they believe, they just say it's fake. Oh, it's fake and gay. It's just fake. And so that fulfills the stereotype that they want to put out about flat Earth. So when all these new eyes come over here, that is the worst thing we could do, in my opinion. So that's what I want people. That's one of the main points I want to leave people with is like really think about the implications of what you're doing or kind of how it makes us look. It makes us look terrible because all these claims are easily debunked. And when I present the evidence, which I've been having to do this redundantly for hours and hours, and I did agree to go. So I have some responsibility for that. That's fine. But as I go and do it, people just ignore it and keep saying the same fake claims anyway, or doubling down. That is not what truthers do. So like, that's the biggest part of all this is I'm kind of disappointed because I thought I was going to really position us for a win and get all these platforms where like the real falsification, the radius arguments are finally heard by millions of people. And we're kind of dropping the ball as a collective when we just like frantically say things are fake and with really poor arguments and poor research. It makes us look really bad.
So you and I can agree on a lot of things you just said, especially regarding setting the flat Earth back. But it seems as though you're giving an ends justify the means argument regarding this, and I think I would have to disagree with that. But listen, I want to bring up Nachiketa, okay, because I want to be respectful of your time, all right? And I may bring some other people up, but I'm not going to let people just come up and lambaste you, okay? But I do want to, if you're so inclined to allow some other people up, certainly Nachiketa, and use this opportunity to have you really address some of these questions, knowing, again, that you're on basically a channel that we're not hoax tarting this whole thing, okay? All right, let's bring up Notch. Notch, stage is yours.
All right, thanks, Z. Hi, Wited. This is Nachiketa. We messaged each other a little bit on Telegram. I'm sure you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So let's start with the first premise, which is that for you, like, do you believe agreeing to the terms and conditions of going to Antarctica under, the final experiments, and going there with Will Duffy's dime, seeing the 24-hour sun, do you not have to agree that the Earth is a globe, or can you just say like, well, no, Earth is still flat no matter what, but I did see the 24-hour sun, and that doesn't mean the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, my position is the latter, that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I told Duffy that to his face before we went on my stream.
Okay. So like I asked Duffy this question a couple days ago, several days ago. I met him over at another channel, and basically he said that yes, people are allowed to be insane if they want. Are you insane?
No, but Duffy sucks, right? So that's not news to him.
Yeah, but do you think Duffy knew prior to going to Antarctica that he was going to see the 24-hour sun? What do you think?
I think so, yeah. I asked him that on my stream, and I asked him if he talked to anyone or
Yeah.
asked him, and he said no, and I didn't really believe him at the time, or why would you spend that much money? But
I thought you guys had like a private conversation already prior to that first interview between you and Duffy, and then it seemed like because you were saying to him at the time, like, well, I thought you said, right, this is something along the line that's what you said to Will Duffy, which means that you guys had some kind of a conversation prior to that official online conversation, which I assume was like, well, they must have known, or they must have had a conversation. Did you guys
yeah,
not have a conversation before
yeah.
the actual live one?
Yeah, we had very loose communication, right? Like via text, and he talked to Jeran like way more than me, and I was getting stuff from Duffy through Jeran for the most part. I mean, we may have had a couple texts. I don't remember exactly even when I texted him back or anything. And he sent me an email to start the whole thing, right? Like he sent all of us emails. I replied to the email and I said, final edit, final cut, da 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 da. Like I made all these stipulations and I corrected him and said flat earthers aren't scared of anything. All the claims that they're going to take us to Antarctica are lies for clicks, and we are in hit pieces, etc. So I had communication with him via email. I probably responded to like 1 out of 10, like at that rate, and I maybe had texted him at that point. I know at one point I would loosely communicate with him, ignore most of his texts, and then Jeran would come kind of tell me what was going on. Largely, it was just Jeran telling me what he agreed or kind of going between us. So if I ever referenced something he said or promised or whatever, like any type of deal he agreed to, it would have been under those pretenses. Almost all of them were through Jeran. And then I agreed to have him on. That was like really the first like extensive conversation I ever had with him. And I
Have you
knew
ever
he had
thought
to have known that it was there.
Yeah, have you ever thought to correspond with ALE to ask them directly whether or not the 24-hour sun at Antarctica was real or not?
Yeah, so we did. So we called so they're stationed out of Utah or whatever, and so we had 2 or 3 people call and ask, "Hey, do you know about the 24-hour sun? Have you been?" Most of the employees in the States have never even been to Antarctica. Even some of the employees, like the lead girl in Punta Arenas, had never even been to Antarctica, said she didn't want to
Stephanie?
go. No, Stephanie's in the States. The
Yeah.
lead girl is some other girl in Punta Arenas. I forgot her name, but she said she didn't want to go. But Stephanie may be one of the ones that said this, which was she had never been there, never seen it, of course. And then they asked, well, have you ever heard anyone talk about seeing it? And she said no. Now, does she knew the pretense of the whole final experiment and was trying not to like ruin it? I don't know. But she said no. And then when I talked to other employees, like I found out that they didn't even go there. And I'm like, whoa, is there some conspiracy here? You guys don't even know about it
That's
or if it's
strange
there.
because like Will Duffy connected me to Stephanie, and then I actually got an email back from some guy named Steve who told me that the 24-hour sun is real. So I don't know. It's a very strange thing, and that's like 2 weeks prior to you guys, 3 weeks prior to you guys going to Antarctica, right?
Wow, that's good. I mean, I didn't know that, but I will say, I still would have gone, right? Because I wanted to see it myself and document myself, and I know
Did you
like
do it for yourself? Did you do it for
no,
yourself?
no. But I thought that if I saw it myself and could come give my testimony, I honestly, and I guess I was wrong, right? I thought that I had proven myself enough that my testimony would hold weight. That was actually supposed to be like my whole role in this thing, was that I could go and at least people could know I wasn't, not that they should blindly believe me, but at least like it would make people consider the legitimacy of it, and then we would have videos to back it up. So that didn't happen, obviously, but I would have gone anyway, because if I had shown, now that's interesting. You did get to the bottom of it. Steve, never heard of him. But if I had have shown people that email, do you think they would have cared? Obviously, they'd be like, no, the Steve can lie. Well,
It's not
who's
about
Steve?
that. It's not about you showing the email to anybody else, but having that consideration that the 24-hour sun could be a real thing prior to actually going. And if
Yeah.
you had known about that information, let's say a year from now, right? And then Duffy came along and gave you that proposition. And then you're like, well, I had a like whole 6 months to a year to actually look into it. And the preponderance of evidence is actually pointing me to the possibility that the 24-hour sun at Antarctica is a real thing. Would you have actually gone to Antarctica regardless, knowing
Yeah.
that information?
Yeah, so I think a bit of miscommunication there. When I bring up that Steve wouldn't have convinced anyone, I'm further making the point that that's why I went and would have still gone. And the answer to your question is yes, I would have still gone, because the flat earth community as a whole largely wasn't convinced. The vast majority of them weren't convinced, right? And regardless of what anyone says, more of them are convinced now, right? Like definitely more, even if you have a small sect that are freaking out, because there's stuff like the webcams cutting out for 8 hours. There was a video that popped up and got propped up with hundreds of thousands of views where they took the beginning and spliced it at the end. Right, that's a real thing. They ended up coming out admitting that they did it and said the editor thought it looked better or whatever. And so when people saw that fakery and they saw the webcams cutting out, they're like, okay, this is sketchy, doesn't add up. There should be way more. And so we don't believe it. Now, I will say, to answer your other point, over the course of looking into it, because I was looking into it, had a bunch of people looking into it, we were finding things that made it look more and more real, right? Like we found this random YouTube video with 100 views and like 27 subscribers who this guy was skydiving.
You mentioned that was your friend. That was your friend who said that he went to Antarctica a couple times. Did you not?
No. So I did have a friend. I have a friend that used to work at NASA, and he's not like a really good friend, but he verifiably used to work at NASA. And he's a flat earther, and he said he went to Antarctica and he never saw a 24-hour sun. Now, I don't even know what his latitude was. I tried to reach out to him recently. I don't know. He was there for 6 months, I believe. Like actually 6 months.
When you called in, do you remember calling it Karen B? And then you said that you did find somebody, like the Geo guy on your Earth Awakening.
Oh yeah.
He found the channel with like a couple hundred views, and you said that it was a 24-hour sun at Antarctica, and then you were basically saying that, well, that's probably not fake because it only has a couple hundred views.
That's the point I was just telling you about, which is that one of the videos Geo found was this like 360 of a guy skydiving, and it was like, why would they fake it and get 30 people to watch it or whatever? And there was another person that like a few days beforehand told me like, look, I have a friend, he's verifiably a flat earther, and he says he's been to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun. Now, this was like a few days beforehand. I was just saying I was 50-50 at that point publicly. Even on like Timcast, I said I was 50-50. You know, because once people dug in,
you
really
didn't have
deep,
any expectation on Tim's podcast. You said you didn't have any expectation, not that you were 50-50 on it.
Yeah, just want to break in. And when you were interviewing Will Duffy, you stated that you did not expect to see the 24-hour sun. So
correct.
That was your initial statement. Then on the Tim Pool cast, you basically said you had no expectation. So it seems as though your original statement, at least to Will Duffy in front of your audience, was that you expected to not see the circling sun.
Yeah, so this is all lining up to exactly what I'm telling you guys right now, which is that as time passed and it got closer and closer to the trip, which I largely just ignored, right? I didn't know if it was going to actually happen. I thought maybe it wouldn't happen. And so I was just like, if it actually begins to happen, it happens, right? That's how I viewed the whole thing, forgot about it regularly. So like as it got closer and looked like, oh, it's maybe going to happen, I'm actually having clothes sent to my house and stuff like that, I started looking into it more, having other people look into it more. Over time, closer and closer to the trip, I became more and more convinced that there may be a 24-hour sun after all, right? And that's why on Timcast, I would have said something different than when I had Duffy on, which was way before that. It was like weeks and weeks before that, right? I don't remember the exact timing. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain.
Austin, why did you not come out to your audience and make that statement at the time? Why did you hold that and wait till after? If you at some point prior to the trip, if you at some point prior to the trip expected to see the 24-hour sun, why did you not state it?
I think I have said on more than one occasion, like now talking about live stream, I think even on a live stream, I made this point. If we're actually going to the trip, we're going on the trip, then we're actually going to see a 24-hour sun.
That's a qualified statement. That's a qualified statement.
Sure.
You said you expected basically that there would be a 24-hour sun based off evidence, regardless of the trip or not. Once you saw the evidence and you were leaning towards the possibility of the 24-hour sun, it appears as though you did not make that statement. You made a qualified statement regarding, well, of course, if they send me, then I'm smart enough, apparently smarter than Jeran, to understand that they're not going to send you down there to watch that sunset and literally debunk the globe in a second's time. So at least you got that. We're just pointing it out. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but just to clarify, everyone. So on Earth Awakenings, which is always streamed, right? That's where Geo spent tons of hours looking through everything to try to find it. There is a lack of these videos. There should be way more, you would think, certainly in comparison to the North, but it's less accessible, whatever. Okay, but that is true. Flat Earthers aren't just insane for questioning 24-hour sun. Like the fact that someone wrote it in a book 120 years ago doesn't prove it. Like they did cut out 8 hours from the webcams. They did fake one of the most popular videos. There was like a 360, which was kind of low res.
Austin, we get that, but here's the reality. Here's the reality. If we look at the celestial observations particularly in the south, particularly on their summer solstice, okay, December 21st and roundabouts, we find that there's a sunrise in the southeast and a sunset in the southwest in areas south of the Tropic of Capricorn. This obviously indicates evidence towards a 24-hour Antarctic sun, at least more than not. We know for a fact that as you cross the equator into the south in the summertime, the days get longer and longer the more south that you go. It's not just some people went in 1898 and some statistics wrote about it in a book. Observations today from Earth indicate the potential of a 24-hour sun. So this evidence was there. So either you were unaware of it or potentially ignored it. That I don't know. But that's the reality.
I was unconvinced. I was just unconvinced. Like I've always been very clear that like I'm just unconvinced. I'm not even claiming definitively there wasn't one. Like I just was unconvinced. And you know, yeah, fair enough. Now it's easy to definitely say that. And if you said it beforehand, congrats, you were right. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care. I was wrong. If I thought there probably wasn't one. Turns out there definitely is one. I was wrong. I don't care about that. I don't necessarily agree that it proved it because the stars start to tip over, or you know, the sun tips over when you get past the equator and stuff. That doesn't prove it because I replicated it with the dome, right? I replicated the exact same phenomenon with the dome and the star trails, and it makes sense with anti-crepuscular rays. So I was like, that could be merely an optical effect. And so when it comes to the 24-hour sun, I don't have evidence to verify it. I'm really, I don't make claims about stuff I feel like I can't verify. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough. We're not going to bang you over the head with that point. Go ahead, Nach.
Well, no, I mean, that model, the debunking of the AE map with the circling sun has been debunked, or at least been presented to Jeran a long time ago. And I'm not saying that, you know, you're responsible for Jeran or whatever, but I'm like for years, people have been introducing that idea. It's just been like kind of pushed alongside and hand waved off. And now we're looking at it and we understand that that is true because you have observed the 24-hour sun. So all that observation is actually lining up with the sun calc data. The sun calc data, right? You've heard of the sun calc?
Yeah, I also know that sun calc on their own website will tell you that it's largely computational. Like it's not even all actual.
It's all computational. It's all computational. It's all algorithms.
Look, of course they have to interpret. Look, hold on. It's not based on a globe, Austin. You can put it on any model. Of course, you have to interpolate the measurements because you can't go in every position in the Pacific Ocean and measure it. But it's based on actual real measurements. Okay, the ephemeris is basically an average of these measurements. The measurements have been known; they haven't changed. This argument that sun calc is a globe model is completely fallacious. You know that. Please don't make that argument here.
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm not claiming that it's completely useless or whatever. It comes from
it's
what we
accurate. It hasn't been debunked. It's elevation angles and other muscle angles taken at specific times and locations. It has not been debunked yet. Why should we think it would be any difference in Antarctica? Okay, go ahead.
No, fair enough. But like, I just explained to you my reasoning, which was that I wasn't convinced and I needed more evidence because I could explain the other things south of the equator without there being an actual 24-hour sun. You can disagree with it, but I can replicate it physically. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know.
No, man. Look, a coffee cup caustic on a dome is not replicating anything physically. It's more theories and conjecture. We're talking about actual observations from Earth that debunk the simple circling sun model.
Never claimed the model, bro. Man. You'll never find me one time ever claim that model.
I'm not saying you did, but this model was used to present a false binary, which Jeran, your friend, is positing as a mutually exclusive observation that lends more evidence to the globe and makes a flat Earth literally impossible. Okay, so
I disagree with them.
Okay, we got you.
Are you saying that I should? I'm curious. Z, you think I should actually stop being friends with someone because I disagree with their interpretation of a model of the Earth?
Don't put words in my mouth. And
asking you.
I know, and it's basically a loaded question. I don't purport to tell you what to do with your friendships and what to do. I'm just letting you know that your association with Jeran makes you compromised by fact. And it will literally be the thorn in your side for the rest of your career as long as you decide to be a flat earther. That's the facts. All right, look, I don't want to keep hammering you over the head about the model. We get it. I've seen you say that you don't necessarily subscribe to the model, okay? I've seen you lean on it heavily, but you're correct in that statement. I can verify you have made the affirmative statement that you don't stick to any models. I saw you say it to Duffy, so fair enough regarding that. We're both simply pointing out to you that we at least saw this initially, okay? And we're just wondering why you did not see or acknowledge this evidence. That's all. And we're just
Well,
putting questions to you.
I actually kind of have, right? So I've actually made the claims that like if we see the sun in the actual position, then like flat Earth in general would be difficult to explain. If we see the sun in the actual position, like just a flat Earth in general would be tricky to explain. And that the sun is absolutely in an apparent position, and in every model it's in an apparent position. And I've made the claim that if you saw the sun in the actual position, the AE map and model is definitively incorrect, right? I've made these points very clearly, and then I've also always made the point that like even the globe needs the sun in the apparent position, right? And actually, there are certain sunrise and sunset angles that I don't even think can be actually mathematically or geometrically modeled on a globe. So I've made these
we could all
points a
agree on
lot.
this. Look,
So
I've said this
I got
before.
maybe a few more minutes just to give you a heads up.
All right, gotcha. Okay, so the sun is apparent. All three of us in this panel can agree that no matter what, the celestial bodies are apparent. This is the fundamental aspect here. This is the crux of the argument. We all agree on this fundamental point. Okay, Nach, a few more questions, and I want to let one other person up who I promise they can come up. And
Yeah.
we want to be respectful of Austin's time. So go ahead.
Yeah. Look, Austin, like, I mean, like, look, like in my personal opinion, I think you and Jeran did a disservice to the flat Earth movement, in my opinion. Okay, this is my opinion, and the reason why I think so, and I know you have said that it would have been 1,000 times worse. It would have been 1,000 times worse for flat Earth movement if somebody else who didn't know the flat Earth arguments actually went. But all you guys actually were sent there for is to observe whether or not the 24-hour sun was there in Antarctica, because they already knew. You said that most likely that Duffy knew. I think Duffy knew, and I also suspect that Jeran also knew that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Well, you can say that you don't think that Jeran knew
I
that
was
there
with
was
him
a
in
24-hour
person,
sun.
bro. I was with him in person, man. Like he didn't think
I
there was
know
going to
that,
be
but
one.
but like it's speculation. I'm saying it's my speculation that I think Jeran probably knew that there is 24-hour
Okay.
sun.
And my
There was
speculation
24
is
hours
founded
before he
on
went.
like eyewitness direct interactions reading him, right? So like, yeah, sure, neither one of us can prove it, but obviously mine would be, more founded. But it's all good. He didn't think there was one, and I was telling him, bro, the fact we're even on this plane, bro, we're about to see one, right? And I told him there's a 0% chance that if that sun sets, we would be there, right? So, and he said, then he even said when we actually got there, he said, I don't care what anyone says, technically, there is a chance that the sun could set. I'm like, we would not be here, bro, but it's all good. So he kind of fought it till the end, and so I don't think that what you're saying is true, but it's what
Do you think Jaren's face being plastered on different language newspapers all over the world as claiming? I mean, obviously we could have expected that, and he could have been somebody else. It could have been some other, that Volker Meyer guy from Germany or whatever, who nobody has heard about, who's a flat earther. He could have gone to Antarctica and he could have gotten a flack, but that would have been much worse for flat Earth. You think having somebody else's face plastered all over the world instead of one of the top 5 prominent flat earthers, faces plastered on these newspapers? Which would have been worse?
Yeah, Jeran. So I'll give you that. I think that's your best argument. Is obviously his prominence in the community, his longevity in the community is worse. You can laugh, but I'm the one that's about to go in front of millions of people and tell them the real flat Earth arguments. So flat Earthers we're just going to sit here.
What are the real flat Earth?
They're just going to sit. They're just going to see. When I point this out, people always start censoring it because people Monday morning quarterback. But I did this for the community. I did this for them. I tried to ignore the experiment or quote unquote.
Well,
experiment,
I thought you did it for yourself, and because you're a truther. Isn't that what you said over at Nathan Oakley's channel? That you did it for yourself and you did it for the truth,
community,
and because you're a truther, but that you're saying 2 different things right now, right?
No, I've said the same thing the whole time.
All right, I want to be respectful of Austin's time, and I want to get OTW up here. All right, Austin. So OTW, he's whatever. He has his own YouTube channel. He has a show. He's in the other camp. He's a hoax guy. Okay, he came out earlier. I don't know if you heard him. He laid out his arguments.
No.
OTW, make it succinct, okay? And please, give us one of your personalities that's somewhat tolerable, not the insane personalities that we've all come to know, all right? Are you there, OTW? Flash your thing before I bring you up. OTW, yeah, he's there, all right. Get on cam so Austin can see you. Come on, OTW, cam up. What's wrong with you? I just don't want to cam up. All right, fine. All right, go ahead. Floor's yours.
Well, look, you know what? Before I actually get into a conversation with Wited, first of all, nice to meet you. And second of all, I'd rather do my homework before I actually engage in a conversation with Mr. Wited, because I only have
You
my own
just sat
personal
in the
experience.
backstage for like an
Right.
hour and
I
a
understand,
half,
but I only
like
have
an
my own
idiot.
personal experience as evidence. I can actually ask you one question with it. All right. What about like I live in a winter climate. All right. I'm up in Quebec, Canada, and I spend like maybe 10 to 15 minutes outside, and I already start having like icicles forming on my beard and on my mustache, right here. How come
You call that a
doesn't happen?
mustache? That's hardly a mustache, OTW.
Dude,
Maybe in French Canadian that
I'm
passes
dirty
for a
blonde.
mustache, but
And I'm
okay, I
also
got
getting
you. Go
old, right?
ahead. Austin, do you know this guy's like 50-some years old? This guy you're talking
47.
to?
Just good God.
Sorry. Even still. Okay, go ahead. My fault. I'm stepping on your moment here. Go ahead, please.
So, just like if you can answer that and explain that one for me, that would
That's your question. Icicles. Okay.
That
Austin,
yes.
go ahead.
Because this
Icicles.
is a thing.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Fine, man.
So,
But
I mean,
it's a thing, man.
Yeah, I've never experienced it, but I do live in Florida. I mean, I lived in Pennsylvania for and worked construction in the winter. It was freezing. I never had that happen there, but it's super dry there, and the sun is beating down on you, and all of it's reflecting up off of you. Like your sun is like burning 24/7. So I can't imagine there being ice.
How does the snow not melt? How do you, I don't understand how that works.
I don't know. It was 18. All I know is 18 degrees. Good question. That's a good like what's up with the globe claiming this is an actual location of the sun and somehow it's just frozen there. I don't. A good question. Why? I know some of their claimed arguments, but the point is that it was like 18 degrees when we got there, and if you looked at your weather app, it said feels like 25 or 27, and it's because the sun is literally hitting you from all angles at all times. So I don't know. I mean, that's all I know is that it's dry there. The sun is always hitting you. If you're asking me why something hypothetical didn't happen, because it didn't happen. What's your question?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because around here where I live, snow doesn't stick around at over 0 degrees. At 2-3 degrees starts melting.
Okay,
4 degrees, 5 degrees, and all the way. And you're telling me 18 degrees, there's snow's not melting. We don't have.
You're talking Fahrenheit, homie. You're talking Celsius and Fahrenheit. OTW, you don't know that. Get out of here.
I'm talking in Celsius.
Come back later. You're killing my interview.
Use freedom units, bro.
Use Celsius and Fahrenheit. You're done after that. You're disqualified. Austin, look, you came here. I appreciate you coming here. Okay. Mm-hmm. You gave your side of the story, and I think that needs to be commended. I said everything I had to say. Notch laid it out. I'm sure he has more for you. The last thing, you missed what I said earlier. You made claims about me trying to be some like broad hitting you up on Telegram. That's not true, dude. That's not.
Someone lied to me then. Just so you know, I didn't just randomly think that. Like someone told
people
me.
Lie all the time. Okay, if I wanted to interview, I would have just called it an interview. I wouldn't have like presented myself as some chick or whatever, because that chick was talking to Notch. I didn't know who she was until he sent me something. Whoever it was trying to get us together, and they were coming up with the story. It wasn't.
You can see why it would be weird though. As soon as I say that, and I'm like, prove it's actually that all of a sudden the whole Telegram conversation.
Well, I
disappeared.
was thinking the same thing about you. Like, I don't know if you guys are playing games with me, and you don't know if either we're playing games with you. We don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, so, sure, but I just popped back on. I someone was playing you.
I didn't make that accusation towards you, though.
Look, I'm sorry if whatever happened with the Telegram message. You know what I'm saying? I feel like what I'm hearing from other people is that you guys have been bashing me for a long time, and I feel like I tried not to really
listen, homie. Listen, it's all on record. Everything we said. You can go in my videos, okay, on my Z Files Level Earth playlist, okay. You can go through everything. Everything's on record. The reality is, Nachiketa and I were quite cordial to you this whole time, man. If you want to know the truth.
I've never publicly said anything bad about you. Like just because people say something, I don't take it that serious, and I try not to ever get involved in drama, and I try to approach people privately before I say anything publicly. And I've been very consistent with that. Yeah, and I popped on your show, and I tried to have homies back, right? And when we talked about that a little bit, and I tried to clear the air because I saw a lot of the reported evidence, and that was a terrible situation.
I had a conversation with you before you left, and then you said yes, and then you disappeared. You ghosted me.
Well, I was just busy, man. I was just busy.
That's fine. Man. That's fine. But don't say yes and then like leave me hanging or whatever.
So I don't remember exactly how that went down. But
all right. Okay.
I mean, I can understand. Whatever.
Yeah, we can go. Austin again, man. Look, blessings to you, blessings to your new family. A lot of us have watched your journey up to this point. A lot of us had emotional investment in you and otherwise, okay? Seeing this has been highly disappointing for many of us. And again, a lot of it has to do with your associations and otherwise, all right? Do you have any final thoughts before we let you
No,
go?
I'll say the final thing. Like everyone's saying that I'm setting Flat Earth back for 10 years or whatever, but that idea requires the claim that we should have never gone and we should have allowed the vast majority of Flat Earth to just been completely wrong about this subject. And I strongly disagree with that. I don't think that that's good for Flat Earth in any time. That means that we could have just kept being disproved. It's ready to rip the Band-Aid off now, at least have a Flat Earther that maybe can come back and still be like, yo, it's still flat. And whenever it's a hot topic. So I disagree. We can agree to disagree. I would encourage people to just be patient, man. See how it all turns around, right? Because if I'm able to pull off these like pretty big shows and really lay out, we falsify the radius, falsification, independent replacement. I personally think it's better that we weren't just blatantly wrong about something, and now people stop pushing that AE map, that FE model, and stop internalizing a model and objectifying the Earth when that's what got us in the situation that we were deceived in terms of the globe, right? So I think it's overall way better for Flat Earth. I think it's a lot of wins. I think the loss is just people kind of looking borderline schizophrenic with just insane baseless claims and slander. So, but I appreciate you being cordial. You are cordial. I don't have like any real beef with you guys. And like I said, I get you don't like Jeran, whatever it is. I know Jeran in real life. That's my friend. I'm not going to like just turn on him, especially when I know what it feels like right now. And people you thought you trusted for years are just all of a sudden stabbing you in the back. They're sending you crazy threats, making threats and doxing personal information that you trusted them with. So like, I get it. I know he's going through a lot because I'm going through a lot in terms of people that you thought you could trust. And so I'm not going to turn on him, bro. Like Jeran is my friend, although I disagree with his opinion and even
I'm
the way
definitely
he's handled
against
this.
that. I mean, anybody being doxxed or being threatened, obviously, we have to publicly say that none of us are for that type of behavior at all. We should be approaching each other, and everything should be very logical, and show the evidence, right? Show the evidence and show proof of what you stand on at the end of the day, right? And then if you come clean and come, correct and whatever, like then you don't need to swear on the Bible or anything like that. Everybody will see you for who you are.
Well, I mean,
that's how I see it.
Yeah, but like I said, if you actually were experiencing it, there would be a breaking point, right? I feel like I've been very chill overall because I'm just saying, it's a lot. It's all good though. You're right. Maybe I should have stayed more chill. I don't know, because it seems there's no way I can win, right? Because if I take hours and hours and hours and hours all the time trying to explain to people, it's still not enough. Right? So eventually you're just like, okay, I'm going to move on from this. I'm going to move on from the people claiming it's fake. I tried to give you as many answers as I could, and now it's just like really a waste of my time, and it's really bringing my energy down, etc. So, it is what it is. I swore on the Bible just because I don't think it's wrong to do so, and the astronauts wouldn't per se, if you get it. So, I didn't lie about anything.
All right, Austin.
All right, much love.
Blessings. So the real news of that whole thing was OTW coming up and just completely flopping right on his face. Patrick, you shit the bed. He starts talking about Celsius. Let's bring him up. Well, he confused Celsius and Fahrenheit.
Yeah, well, it's
Patrick,
normal.
That was
That's
embarrassing.
how we measure
Patrick,
things around here.
Patrick, I had third-hand embarrassment.
I
for what you did right
apologize.
there.
I apologize.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to my audience.
Okay, well, I apologize to the audience for the confusion, but obviously, still at 18 degrees Fahrenheit, that's still below 0 Celsius. So essentially, there still would be icicles forming around the mustache and the beard.
Right, but you
that was
said
the point
about
I was
the
trying to
melting
make in the
snow.
first place.
You confused the melting snow because you
yes,
thought he was
because
saying
I figured he was talking of 18 degrees Celsius, which is obviously
Do you think anybody
above
gives a shit about
freezing.
French Canada and Celsius. Nobody cares, dude.
Sorry, man. I mean, that's how I learned shit. Good God.
All right, I got to end the show, okay?
All right.
OTW.
Thanks for having me up.
Any final thoughts?
No, I'm good. But maybe I'll have a chance to express more ideas once I've done a little bit more research on this particular topic, because it's actually something that's piqued my interest. And also, I've been following you and Nachiketa with your theories that you have been pretty much coming up with lately. So I'm kind of curious of how that's going to turn out.
And we'll come back and talk to me about it, whatever it is. All right. Blessings to you, Patrick.
Have a good one.
Well,
It's OTW
I don't know,
News,
man.
everybody. What do you think, Notch? Quite a show. Quite a show.
The banger. Great.
Sure
Wited
was.
came up, you know, and then I hope that we have more of these type of conversations. And when we have more of these kind of conversations, yes, there are going to be things that we're going to disagree on, but at least a suspicion, because like everybody's guarded. I'm guarded. I have like trust issues with people, you know, and so when people are doing things that seemingly or allegedly seems like very stupid and stupid for the movement, I am automatically thinking, oh, shill, you know, agents and stuff like that. But when we have more of these kind of conversation, I start to soften up a little bit. You know, I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but that's what's actually happening when you actually have a conversation with people. That's just me, though.
Well, Notch, that's the point of conversations. That's why they should not be avoided. You know, there was a time, at least in my mind, who knows if it ever existed, where people of differing opinions would be able to engage in discourse, practicing courtesy and respect. These times seem to be of a bygone era, but that doesn't mean that these values are any less important today. Because oftentimes through conversation, we can discover that we may be misinterpreting, misrepresenting, or otherwise. But the reality is, look, we all still stand on where we stand. All right. Anybody who wants to hoax towards this thing, go ahead and do it. Okay. You're really discrediting yourself and everybody else at this point, and you're making a big mistake. Look, it doesn't mean we can't question things.
Yep.
But to blindly adhere to your belief system, okay, while ignoring evidence is really a faulty line of reasoning. All right, Notch. Any final words, and I'm going to close it out.
No, I mean, like, if you have a stance or a claim, bring evidence, you know? So, like, if your evidence is like, you know, lack of breath or whatever it might be, I mean, you know, again, consider deeply about like, you know, what that actually imply. I mean, if you're actually thinking in terms of like a studio and all that kind of stuff, then it has to go a little bit deeper than that. You know, I'm just saying like you got to bring something heavy to really change that narrative that they didn't go to Antarctica. It was all fake, yada, yada, yada. But I think the evidence is more on their side. So I'll leave it there for now. And then we'll talk about well, Eddie Banjo and calling us shills or whatever at some other point down the line. So thanks for having me up, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks for being here,
Cheers.
Notch. Great
All right.
showing as always. Nachiketa, everybody. All right, guys and dolls. That'll bring us to the end of another Z show. And as always, it's not goodbye. Just goodbye for now, all right? And as we know, parting is such sweet sorrow. But they also say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. So, as we leave each other, I will grow more and more fond of each and every one of you. Until next time, so long.